down the line. So that's the kind of project they want to do. There are many other things that he said, and there were highly acclaimed technocrats behind him, and those two persons also spoke, and that is how he's giving priority to AI. It's not that it's happening in the US, even in India also, a lot of budget has been allocated for AI, and therefore our ministers, our leaders, our thought leaders, academicians, scientists, all of them today they are talking about AI. Sometimes it looks funny, they use AI in a very loose term, where they think how AI can be used here, but at least we don't know how things will evolve over a period of time, because there are many things that we did never know. We never knew that something like a ChatGPT will come and you will ask any question and you get a response to that. That was never imagined a few years back. Now, for some time, it sort of appeared as if all AI research is machine learning. Because initially when I started working, my area was an artificial intelligence. But that time the word machine learning was not there. I didn't even use any machine learning algorithms, right? Whether it is support vector machine or scalar or any other sophisticated method, Wolf algorithms, optimization techniques, and all strong optimization, and there are varieties of techniques that people are talking about today. Those days, some 35 years back, people were trying to understand the cognitive behavior of human beings. So they thought that we have to understand how human beings solve problems and how they can exhibit their experience, how they use their experience to solve problems, and that is how they started thinking about AI. And then slowly they built the artificial neural network models, and they tried to train the models with enough data so that it can act, the model can solve problems in unknown situations also. Right? So that was the starting point, how AI started. But at least in the last decade, in the last 5 years, you go to any conference or you see any journal, most of the work are based on data, and data. So you give the data, they will analyze that and tell you, they will predict it, they will try to understand the hidden patterns in the data, and so on and so forth. So everything involves around data. I always remember the saying of Subhash Chandra Bose, who said, give me blood, I'll give you freedom. And the AI community will say, give me data, I can predict, I can analyze, I can tell you what it is. So that is how the data is playing a very important role in building AI systems. But some days back, I was also reading some journal where it said, soon the companies will run out of data. The amount of data that is required to build machines, train models, will not be sufficient to address two our requirements. So that's how things are happening. But I thought we have to look beyond machine learning. Of course, machine learning cannot be able to do that, because the moment you say that he's an expert, somebody is an expert because he has a lot of experience, right? So experience somehow amounts to, is instrumental for somebody to exhibit expert behavior. So that's our common understanding. We go to the expert doctor because he has a lot of experience. Now, what is experience from the point of view of computation model? Experience is nothing but the data that you feed, and you try to train the model. That's how human beings are trained over a period of time. That's why they exhibit intelligent behavior. They have expert problem-solving behavior. Okay. Now, let me just take you to a different domain. This is an area which is catching up very fast. Right? Now, this word agent is not new. It was already there. In fact, my PhD thesis was on agent, but that's in a different aspect. So I use an architecture called BDA architecture to model the thought process of the human being, problem-solving behavior. But now, the interpretation of that agent, the way it has been looked at, has slightly changed. Because those days there were some limitations, because of which many of the agent systems were not implemented. There are only a few application areas where it was done, but they could not implement that in a large scale. But now that we have that computing power, now that we have something like a large language model, it is now possible that you can build agents which can solve specific problems. So that is the theme of today's talk. So agentic AI, I'm sure that many of you know about AI, right? At least you have heard the word AI and its application in our day-to-day life. But now people have started talking about agentic AI, where they want to give some capability known as agency to the AI artifacts, so that it can take decisions that's the basic idea of the agentic AI. So, and I think if you are a researcher, you can always find interesting areas in this because it draws concepts from sociology, because you have to explain the interaction behavior of human beings. And if you are an engineering student, you will find jobs where you have to equip yourself with what is known as agentic programming. So that is why I thought there are only few articles which are available at the moment, and there is a big claim that this is going to shape the way the software development will take place. Right? Some years back, object orientation was a big boost. So people are looking at objects. What is that object? Anyway, we are writing a C program. What more in object? Now you know the definition of objects, which is nothing but an encapsulation of both the data definitions as well as the methods that is one. Now we are going beyond that. Those attributes will have some other abilities, decision-making abilities, autonomous behavior abilities, learning from its environment. So they are the new attributes which will be added to those computing elements. And those computing elements will be called as agents. That's how the word agentic AI. So if this area excites you, some of the students, I would suggest that you get into that. Try to understand the APIs which are available to access the large language models, and you can slowly learn how to build large systems. Now, if you Gartner, I think you know Gartner, right? So that's an agency, those who always follow what's the technology is going on, and they try to do their own interpretation, they try to explain what is the technology and how it's going to have an impact on the society. So they say, Gartner, that company said, AI is transitioning from a mere technological tool and transforming into a societal force. So it's not just being used as a tool, but it's going to transform our society, the way we do things in the days to come. It's already happening. And they also predicted that by 2024, this Gen AI, generative AI, is going to be get into most of the companies, and that will also act as a workforce partner for 90% of the companies. I think as a result of that, probably these days you see that many of the companies, they do not need low skilled employees, because those things can be done by ChatGPT, generative AI. For example, writing a code, you don't have to spend time in writing a program for a bubble sort or a good sort, which those days we thought is very difficult. But now you can just pose a question and the code is given to you. You just copy that, paste it on an editor and you run it. Things have become so simple. Now when most of the programs can be written automatically and can be provided by ChatGPT or any other large language model that you use, then what is the use of the programs? So you have to think beyond that. You have to know how you can use those as the ingredients to build larger systems. So that is how we have to aim it as students, right? So you have to have a bigger picture of how these building blocks can be used to build larger systems, larger models, right? So that is how we have to upgrade ourselves to make the best use of things which are already happening. We now cannot stop. Though as teachers, we say that don't use ChatGPT for writing programs. But we cannot stop you. I'm just saying to students, you will find out a way to get into ChatGPT and solve your assignments and do that. You can do that, but whether you are learning something from that, that's very important, right? So therefore, you have to think a little beyond that and try to make the best use of the technology which are already available to you. Now, I think for the benefit of the students, you must know what is this generative AI, what is doing it. So, generative AI, as you have seen, it can create contents. It can create text, it can create images, it can also create videos. Okay, I'm not looking at the fake and those kind of things. It can probably give a story, and a script can be written for you, a video can be written for you. Now, if this is really available large scale, probably Sarkhan will lose his job, right? Because there will be many Sarkhan that will come on the stage, and in fact, it's happening. There are small clips which people have done, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, for the last 3 hours, probably they are not attended. But many of the things that, and you find somebody is already dead, that those people you can bring on the screen and we can do that. Right? So content generation by taking your prompts. Right? So that's the way in the ChatGPT or any language. Now what is happening on the background? All this Gen AI stuff, they are using a machine learning models on the background. Because you need those machine learning models which have been trained with a huge amount of data. Now, where you got the data? Data from everywhere. If you have a electronic presence, if you have a digital presence, you have a presence in the net. So you have web scrappers, which can scrap the data from different locations, and those data can be used to train the models. And that is what has been done. Now why we don't do that? Because we are having those amount of computing powers like Google or OpenAI. They have access to those computing power, and therefore they could train the model and bring up to that particular level. I think it's up to November 2021. And at that time, whatever data that was available, you can build the model. Now when you ask a question in the form of prompt, so you can make use of that and give you a consolidated information that fits to your requirement. That's the way it is working. Now, these models, when they are being built by providing enough amount of data, they have the capability to identify different types of patterns. When you give a huge amount of data, as a human being probably cannot relate to every items, but most of the models use sophisticated algorithms and they will identify the patterns, and those patterns will store. Now, when you give a prompt, it gives you a response. And it happens so quickly, and the prompts are so personalized, you feel as if a human being is talking to you. I don't know how many of you really enjoyed that. Don't ask a single question and be happy with the response that you get, but get yourself engaged asking several questions. Like, can you change that? Can you say, I don't agree with this? So you see that as if a human being is interacting. I'm sure many of you might have that kind of experience. So how does it work actually? How does this actually work? So as I said, there is a training element. Right? So the models are to be trained by providing enough data. The first thing is create foundation models. You cannot build a model which will work forever. Right? So they try to build some basic models or the foundational models with the available data. So that should use a lot of time until when the data was available. Then it requires tuning, because when you learn something, that's not for all the time to come. Because you have to adjust yourself, and you have to learn more things, you have to refine your knowledge, you have to refine your learning, and that is actually for you, where you're trying to customize the foundation model to a specific generative problem. So these days, I think that LLM, the large language model that provides the foundational model, and many of the companies, whether you come from DHL or Infosys or IBM, they are trying to customize that to their requirement. See, these days, for example, when you are accessing a particular website and you want to ask some questions, normally the human beings will not come. Earlier, you used to make a call, they give you a toll-free number. But before you give a toll-free number, you find a chatbot. So even in the IRCTC COE, if you're trying to book a ticket, there is what is called share or somebody, some name you have given, it pops up, and then you can book a ticket through the chat GPT. You can ask questions, you can say, okay, book a ticket from this to this to this place, and it will give you all the options, and then you can go ahead with that. So many of the companies, they are, see, a few years back, you know that there was something called a BPO, business process outsourcing. So there will be young boys and girls wearing their headgears, and they will be taking questions and responding to the queries of the customers the way they have been trained. Now those things are becoming outdated. Now most of the things are now done by the chatbots. Now how they have built the chatbots? Those chatbots are working on top of the learning models which are there as a foundation. And they are customized to the terminologies, the requirements, and the events, the happenings of that particular model. So most of the people now are trying to build their own LLMs based on this foundation. Now this, as I said, these models are not, not to be used as a generic model, but like cross customization, and it also goes through some kind of deep process, right? So every time you give a prompt, every time a person is interacting, the system is also learning, right? When the system, when somebody asks a question, whether the person is happy with that response or not, they give you thumbs up, thumbs down, those things you might have seen when you ask a question. So when you click on that, the system is trying to understand whether the user is happy with the response or not. If it's not, then it will try to verify to get it to the response. That's the way it is going. Now, because there are many large language models, one of the models is the large language model. That is then let me talk about this agentic, slowly let me enter into the agentic AI, what is being done. Now, the LLM-based autonomous agents essentially uses the large language model in the base as the knowledge base. Because already there is a huge repository of knowledge which is available in the form of a large language model. You don't have to search, you don't have to create. Even if I try today, I will not be able to match with the way things have been developed by the OpenAI. I cannot reach anywhere because I don't have access to that much of information. I cannot scrap data from all the websites which are connected in the World Wide Web, or even if I can, I don't have that much of computing power. So the LLM is going to serve as the basis, as the core concept for building any kind of agent, because agents require knowledge to function. Right? Now, what is an agent? It is defined something like this. An autonomous agent is a system situated in an environment that senses its environment and acts on it. Who is a smart person? Not the one who wears a nice dress or walks through the city, but the one who is very, very much alert. He is observing what is happening in his environment and is able to respond. He is a smart person. Similarly, if I want an agent, a piece of software to act smart, it has to know what's happening around that and respond to that. Right? So then only I can call it a smart object, smart computing artifact. Right? So that's how we understand the meaning of smart. So an autonomous agent is situated, it's a piece of software. Maybe a software which is running on a server, or maybe a software which is embedded in a sensor. So it is trying to get the data from there, trying to observe what's happening in its environment, and it's trying to respond. So today we are talking about cyber physical spaces, right? And concepts like Internet of Things, where the devices, human beings, systems, all will be connected and they will be exchanging data. Right? So we are gradually heading towards that. So even today, when you are driving a very expensive car, the health of your car is being monitored by the manufacturer, because you have sensors. It is sensing where you have to change your engine oil, where you require some kind of adjustment, the brake oil or whatever, or it's time to go for the servicing. So all these things are monitored. And all the BMW car and all that, they have those sensors that are monitored. So we are getting into that kind of a society where most of things will be connected to each other. LLMs will provide a huge volume of training data. So why we are looking at LLM? As I said, that provides you a huge volume. So if I try to visualize an agent in the form of a diagram at the bottom, now through different APIs, application programming interfaces, the agents can access the large language model to get the data from there, right? Before they can act in a particular manner. So that's how we try to visualize LLM basically. Now there are some fundamental principles based on which the agents will work. Now there are many, but these are, I think, the most important ones for realizing it, for implementing an agent. One is called autonomy. I think I have talked something about that. Ability to operate without direct human intervention. So we are arriving at, or we are trying to aim at systems which can do a lot of things autonomously without human intervention. I was talking about the ChatGPT. I would say the chatbot, for example. To a large extent, the chatbot will answer many of your questions. But at a particular point of time, if you need a human intervention, then you say, okay, I want to connect to it. But until then, you will try to answer most of your questions. And they are trying to strengthen these chatbots in such a manner that it will be able to handle all questions related to that particular company. Right? So autonomous behavior. Second is proactive. Agents can initiate actions to achieve their goals of their own. They can provide. So I think to some extent, I think they have seen that. So once you have visited a particular site in Amazon or whatever, you're trying to buy something, next time when you open, you find articles which are related to that. You're not asking for that, because the agent has understood that this customer is looking for these items. So if a new thing comes, automatically push that information to you. So that's how the advertisement that you will get will not be the same as the advertisement that I will get. Because it depends on your interest. Maybe you are interested in bikes, so you get all advertisement related to bike. If I'm interested in electronic gadgets, I'll get information to that. How does it happen? Because the system is learning continuously, and the moment you start interacting, it's trying to capture your interaction behavior. It's trying to build a user profile. It's trying to be a customer profile. And based on that profile, it will try to relate things, right? It will try to relate things and deal with it. That's what is one of the proactive behavior of the software component. Reactivity. It's not that it behaves in a goal-directed manner, but it can also react to your question. ChatGPT is the best example. You give a prompt, then only you react. ChatGPT will not give something of its own. Only when you give a prompt on a specific topic, then it responds. That's it. There are many examples, but this is how. Goal-directed behavior, because each of these agents should have a goal. For example, you have deployed something for advertising. So you try to find out the potential customers who are interested in for a particular product. So it has a goal. An agent has a goal to achieve. And finally, the agents are not operating in isolation, because in the market there are many agents, many software agents, and they need to interact with each other. Either the internet provides the infrastructure where the agents can interact among themselves. So these are some of the fundamentals. Now, keeping these fundamental principles in view, so a framework has been proposed to build autonomous agents which are based on LLM. Of course, I am not going into that. That's not my idea. That's not the topic. So I was talking about profile. When the user is interacting, it tries to build a profile of that particular user. It has a memory because it should capture the experience for a period of time. It can plan how to respond to a particular question, a particular requirement, or solve a particular problem, and then it gets on to action. Action can be in the form of raising an alert, if it's operating in a smart grid kind of environment, or electric grid, or an industrial setup. Suddenly there is a power surge, or a temperature rises, it has to send an alert. Action can be in the form of sending an alert, or it can be an action. If it's a robotic kind of thing, it will perform an action with the help of actuators. That's the mechanical. But what is the limitation? What is the limitation of these LLM-based agents? It's fine till now because LLM provides a huge volume of data and you can train and it can perform. But it also has some limitations, and that is being addressed by agentic AI. So try to listen to this carefully. Now these LLM models are trained by static datasets. As you know that the ChatGPT was 3.5 and all, it was trained up to the data that was available until November 2021, right? But if you ask a question, for example, now I open ChatGPT and ask you, what is the temperature, what is the weather condition in Barabur today? It will say, sorry, I cannot. Because the ChatGPT doesn't have that information. So it has been trained up to a particular point of time. Beyond that, it can answer. I ask a question like, who is going to be the president of US in the next election? It says, sorry. Huh? Yeah. So that's the problem. Right. So that's the first thing. So it is trained on static data. It cannot actively go out and gather new information of its own, because within the time period, whatever data was available with that, it has been trained. Now, of course, they train it periodically. Maybe every 3 months, every 6 months, they have said that. And periodically it's being trained. But it's not on real-time basis. It can generate response based on what it already knows. It cannot say anything beyond that. It cannot access or update real-time data from external sources. It cannot update itself by real-time data. It cannot autonomously set up systems to monitor and collect ongoing data. For example, you have a sensor network and you are trying to collect data from an agriculture field or from a war zone. It will not be able to find out what's happening now in the borders. Right? So these are some of the limitations of LLM-based agents. Now imagine the situation. I want to ask a question like, can you just prepare a travel plan for me? I want to attend a conference. Right? Now, this is not that easy, because I want to see somebody can have a assistant who can do a lot of things for you. But I want if I want that the computer has to do all that, the software has to take care of all these things, you would like to break the problem definition into multiple steps. Essentially, it is something like you need to book a flight or a train ticket, you need to book your travel, you need to book your hotel, you have to register for the conference, there are many activities. Now, if I ask this thing to be done by your large language models or your ChatGPT, for example, it will use the data which is already available to that. It cannot know what is the availability of flights on a particular day, whether a flight is cancelled or not. So it will just go through the schedule and it will book a ticket for you. Maybe the flight is yesterday night it was cancelled. There is a possibility it can happen. You will also not get the up-to-date information about the availability of hotel rooms in a given location, because you want to stay close to the conference venue. You may not get the correct information. And even when you are trying to register, Suppose in one payment mode phase, can you switch to another payment mode? And you should have sufficient balance in that. So these are some trick questions, just for you to think, I just wrote. So which means that if you don't have the real-time data, if you don't have the current data, what's happening right now, your assistant, which is in the form of an agent, will fail to function. You can probably break it down to one of them. So that is where the word agentic AI has come. That is where the word agentic AI has come. And I think this is very much there in the, many of the literatures, very recent literatures. Now what is this agentic AI? Agentic AI refers to a system that is capable of autonomously performing tasks on behalf of a user or another system by designing its workflow and using the available tools. So it has to find out the set of tools which are required to handle a particular question. At the same time, it can also define its workflow, which means it can plan of its own. So that is the capability that the agent, the software piece of agent will do. Now this word actually comes from the word, agentic comes from the word agency. What do you mean by agency? For example, somebody has taken an insurance agency. Now the agent can work on behalf of that particular insurance company. He has been given certain information, but that information is not enough to deal with the particular customer, because the customer will ask 100 questions before he gets into an insurance policy. Without contacting his office, he should be able to handle that customer, and probably he will get that customer to buy the insurance. Right? So that's the kind of agency. He has given some authority to function autonomously, take decision on the spot, depending on the interaction behavior, depending on what the customer is asking, and solve the problem then. So we are trying to find something like that which can work on large systems, distributed systems, where you cannot control everything sitting from the control room. Right? If it's a huge industrial setup, manufacturing unit, so many things happening in different places, the shop floor, the manufacturing unit, the quality check unit, the packaging unit, and so on and so on. You cannot monitor all these things to be physically being there, or you have control. So we want to delegate some responsibilities on a piece of software which can handle the specific jobs in that particular area, and we do it on behalf of the company, on behalf of the user. Now, the agentic AI platform consists of an LLM that orchestrates the behavior. Now, we are not talking about a single agent. So there will be many such agents doing specific type of work. Therefore, you need an agentic platform. Now, what that agentic platform is supposed to do? It is supposed to orchestrate, it's supposed to combine, it's supposed to bring all those agents together, put them in a particular order, decide which agent will do what, and delegate the job, and monitor whether the job has been executed the way it has been planned. Right? So that's the responsibility of the agentic platform, which will try to orchestrate different things. Now, we can just go on. What are the other capabilities that it will have, the agentic AI will have? It can design to search the web using the appropriate APIs. That's what I'm talking about. Because it was data from the web, online with the real-time data from the web. Agent can fetch real-time data, that's what I said, and pull specific data which are critical for technication. I'm looking for some data which is required to take a decision, so I can probably search and find out those specific data. Agents can initiate and manage tasks such as data logging, real-time monitoring and trend analysis, what's happening in the market, that kind of data which is happening on real-time basis. They can proactively track and collect data from data streams like from IoT devices, from social media feeds, and take on-the-spot decisions. Agentic AI can also provide some kind of feedback, because as it performs, it also tries to improve itself by periodically querying some new data sets which has come to the net or which are accessible. Then how does actually this agentic framework work? So there are 4 key features to that. One is the perceive, which means trying to find out what's happening in your environment. Try to reason with what you perceive, and then act. Say, for example, in human beings, before I do something, I try to see what's happening around me. So if it is deployed in a sensor environment, then there probably you are using sensors to gather different parameters, right? So maybe the climatic condition, the pressure, if you want to monitor the water quality, for example, you want to know the TDS values or pH values, so you have sensors which can carry that. Or if it's not a sensor-based application, probably you are trying to get the data from the web sources or some other sources which are there on the web. Then you are not acting just by receiving the data. You are doing some kind of reasoning. I think computer science students know there are different types of reasoning mechanisms, probabilistic reasoning, different reasoning mechanisms that will enable you to make a use of the data and arrive at a particular conclusion. Now, once you arrive at a particular conclusion, you're supposed to act. Right? After all, why you are doing all that? Because you want to take a decision. Taking a decision is an action. Or raising an alert is an action. Or with the help of the actuator, you will make something to happen. That is also an action. And in the process, the system is also learning because it is going to improve itself. Like every time it's trying to revise itself, fine-tune itself. And even ChatGPT also doing that. ChatGPT also doing that, trying to understand what the users are trying to ask. I just explained, I just skip this. So those are the important ingredients of an agentic AI. Now, somebody said in the same article, this gentleman, Jensen, who is the CEO of NVIDIA, he said, in future, the IT departments of every company is going to be the HR department of AI. The IT departments of different companies, they are going to be HR departments, human resource departments. What they will do? They will recruit agents. When I say agents, I'm not talking about human agents. They'll try to find out the capabilities of different smaller, fine-grained software components. They'll try to find out which components are required to do a specific type of job. For example, if I want to develop a sensor-based application where I want to monitor the pollution level or whether the water is drinkable or not, I need this pH value, TDS values, and many other content of sulfur content in the water. You have sensors for that. So you try to find out, this is my application. For this application, what kind of sensors I need? Maybe it costs 1,000 rupees, 500 rupees, 300. So I have to make a choice to find those sensors. Along with that, I can create an IoT network or a sensor network. Now what it says that if I have an application, I need to find out what are the functional areas, and I need to find out what are the software agents which are trained to help me in doing those things. Right? For example, you need an agent which will interact with your students or parents and convince them to take admission in your college. An agent specialized on that. Probably I cannot do that. There are people, those are specialized on that. They know how to talk to a student, how to talk to the parent. They tell you about the college and they tell you the good things, what are the features, that's all they can use. Probably you need an agent who can probably do counseling to a student. Right? So I'm just giving some examples which everybody can understand, but you can think about such applications where you can break down, decompose that application to certain functional areas. And you look for the software agents which can solve problems in that particular functional areas. So in that sense, the statement says the IT departments will not be busy recruiting people to write programs because programs are already there. That's already happening. There's nothing new now. Now they will try to find out which agentic AIs components they need to solve a particular problem. Now they will build frameworks, they will build architectures where they put all these things together. And now probably you can understand this is not a story. This was a story when we were studying. But now that many softwares are available, many components are there. Those who have done component-based software engineering, for example, it sounds almost like that. You try to find out the components which you put together in order to develop an application, off-the-shelf components, so that you don't spend time doing the same thing again. Because that's the reason why you have softwares like SAP, ERPs and all that, because they have already defined a workflow. You just customize that, you can use it for your company. Why do you do the same thing again and again? Right? So that's the way the trend is changing. And even in the domain of artificial intelligence, there will be agentic AIs which will solve problems, something like this. Now, an interesting term has also emerged, known as the digital human. Right? So there are some interesting things which are happening. Digital human. AI-powered agents that embody a company's brand and offer lifelike real-time interactions to help sales representatives, that's in the context of a sales meeting, to answer customer queries or solve issues directly when a human being is not unable to handle a huge volume of calls. So digital human. So digital human are nothing but these kind of agentic AI components which can work, which can behave, which can solve problems very much similar to a human being by taking decisions, by being guided autonomously. Now, this finds, I'll slowly go into some of the application areas where this has the potential. Now, these areas are being thought about because people think that these areas are very complicated. For example, healthcare, right? So in healthcare, if you want to monitor a patient remotely, probably you're trying to find out all health conditions through different readings. Right? You are taking an MRI scan, you are monitoring the temperature, you are monitoring the pressure, you are monitoring the glucose in the blood, and so on and so forth. And somebody sitting in the remote location, and an expert doctor elsewhere, he's trying to monitor that. So this can be viewed as a distributed system where there are components which are connected to each other. There are human agents, there are sensors which are gathering the data, and finally they have to be monitored and the patient has to be treated. Now when you bring a CT scan, for example, you need a doctor to interpret that. You're taking a CT scan is not a treatment. It only tells you what has happened. You need the interpretation of a doctor to interpret that CT image and then suggest some kind of a treatment. Sorry to say, sometimes, I don't want to offend doctors, but many times people misinterpret that and they suggest a wrong treatment. Yesterday, in our day, a lady died. She was having brain cancer, but that was diagnosed something else. Normally people have some headache now because of, I forgot the names, for something, they have headaches, so it was diagnosed like that. But later on they found that it was brain cancer and she passed away. So that basically happened because there was not proper diagnosis at the right point of time. Now imagine that a software agent has been trained to do that by enough data. I don't want to blame the doctor, but I can only say maybe the doctor didn't have that much of exposure. He has not seen so many examples, so many cases, he has not treated so many cases in life because there was something new here which he could not do. But imagine such a thing happening by a software agent, which has been trained by the diagnosis behavior of many expert doctors. And now this software agent can do much better than a human doctor who is just a device, who has not much exposure to that particular area. So these are the areas where this kind of diagnosis activities, understanding, interpreting images can be given to a software agent to perform. And they can work together, they can suggest treatment, and of course a human being can interfere at a particular point of time to finally approve that or disapprove. There will be another area like cybersecurity. Today, the moment your device is connected to the internet, whether it's a laptop or a mobile phone, many times we take pride that I have my passwords and I can protect myself, I can maintain privacy. But let me tell you, it's never true. Because the moment you put your photographs and everything in your Google Drive or you try to connect, store something in the cloud, you know that you are not secure. People are observing that. So now internet, even whether it's internet or intranet within your organization, so it's a huge network and you cannot really monitor what is happening where. Right? We have zero-day attacks and all that where you don't have time. Right? So before you realize that there is a vulnerability in your network, there will be people who will try to access it. Now if I want to monitor such sensitive computer networks, you need 24/7 monitoring. Now a human being probably will not be able to do that. So you need agents, agentic AIs to understand what is happening and to recognize the deviations, which you call the anomalies. So you try to find out if the moment they find some kind of a deviation from its standard behavior, it will take another to tell that somebody is trying to access your network. Right? So that can be an application of the agentic AI. There could be another application like supply chains. I'm talking about applications which are large scale. So something is manufactured somewhere, raw materials come to that particular plant, manufacturing done in different units, they move in ships, they move in planes, they try to reach the customers. Somebody would like to manage the entire movement of supply chain, objects in the supply chain. So there are a lot of decisions which are taken at different points, different locations, as the item is built, and then it moves and reaches finally to the customer. So you need to monitor, of course, Concepts like blockchain, which started providing some solution to supply chain, but they also now find some limitation of that, and therefore they're looking at some kind of intelligence which is injected into this kind of distributed systems and managing activities in huge network. So it can be management of what is known as smart grids, right? Electronics and all, you might be working with the smart grids where you have several power generation units. We have consumers and then you have transmission media, right? Now you have to always ensure that there is no fault in the grid. Otherwise, you will not be able to cater to the requirements of the customer when they ask for a particular amount of energy. Right? You don't want to waste energy. At the same time, you try to reach out to each of your customers, and at the same time, you try to do load balancing. So that's an example of a network of power generation units, for the power conjunctions, and the media through which the power moves, and it has to be monitored. So that is where, again, you have to take a lot of decisions at each decision point, and probably agentic AI can help you by training itself, by understanding what is happening in that network over a period of time. What is the consumption behavior of the customers, how the power is being generated differently, how much is generated, how much is dissipated on the as it moves from one unit to another unit, and the system can learn out of that, and they can take decisions and try to monitor the health of such activities. And we can also do it in the management environment, digital marketing, for example, right? So when in the digital marketing, they run campaigns for some time. They spend a lot of money when they run the campaigns. Keeping in mind, expecting that they'll have a good number of customers, right? Because they are trying to push certain products. Now, they have a target and they have to interact with the customers, they have to meet the requirements of the particular customer and then provide the right kind of a service. So that is again an environment where you have to deal with a huge number of customers with different profiles, and you need to understand which customer is trying to do what, and that is where again the agentic AI can be deployed to understand the interaction behavior and try to maximize the profit when it interacts with the number of customers. Now that's how you can have many application areas, but because I find there are some young researchers, I'd like to discuss some of the problems that somebody can really take up to further work. Because this is a new area, and if you are really looking for publications, one can really bring in these new concepts and start publishing papers. Maybe it will be easy. Because they will understand publishing papers which are based on synthetic data. Normally what happens, we get the data from Kaggle or UCI, and the reviewer always says that this is old data. Techniques are old. What is new? What is the innovation that you have done in your paper? So the rejection rate of our papers are high these days because we are using the same data sets which everybody else is using. And we are using the same techniques. Sometimes we try to mix up with some feature injection, some hybridization, some ensemble that you do, but it looks almost similar. But if you want to do something different and have some good work, some innovative work which can attract the reviewers to consider the paper, probably such things can be useful. The first thing is there can be some work that can be done on ensuring that the agentic AI systems align their goals and behavior with human values, the intentions, what somebody is trying to do, right? See, a simple example, a very quick example, if I'm browsing a net, I have an intention. How the system can know what I'm looking for? Is it as a human being probably I can know, the moment you start asking questions, if I've interacted with you before, I can understand what you're looking for. What you're trying to ask. Maybe you are not asking me that directly, but still as a human being, because I've interacted with you, I know your nature, I can judge what you're going to ask. Right? So whether agents can understand the intentions of the user with which you interact. Another area, designing agentic AI systems that behave predictably and safely. Right? So we don't want that the agents should give some wrong predictions. You want that it should behave responsibly. How to design systems that are interpretable? See, when an AI system, one of the biggest problems with the AI system is how do you know that the solution that the AI system has provided is correct? And therefore, these days people are talking about explainable AI, responsible AI. So the AI system probably can take a decision, can predict something, but it should be able to explain that. So unless and until it explains, people will not accept that. It will not be trustworthy. So you want that kind of thing also in the agentic AI. Building scalable monitoring and intervention frameworks. So frameworks, I was talking about the agentic AI frameworks, where you can monitor the activities of different agents. Designing cooperative behaviors among agents, because it's not the job of a single agent cannot solve that. You have multiple agents working together, and they may have conflicting goals also. Right? One is trying to oppose the other one, like in the game playing scenario. Ensuring fairness and avoiding bias in goal setting and decision making. How do you set the goal? How do agents set the goals in a real situation? Designing systems that understand and respect human emotions. That is, I think, one of the major concerns. Because many times you say, is it possible to understand the emotion of a particular person? Right? There are some work which has been done to understand the emotion of a particular person. If you take a facial image, maybe it's possible. But how can you understand the emotion of a person the way he's asking questions? The nature of questions that you're asking, from that, can you do a text processing and understand the emotion of the particular person? Whether he's angry, whether he's satisfied, whether he's not satisfied, or somebody is trying to outsmart you. Can you understand that kind of emotion? Now, these kind of things are very much essential when you want to understand the dynamics of people in a social media. And that's what many of the people are doing. There are a lot of work that's being done to know the dynamics of the people in the social media through the prompts, through the tweets they make. So these could be some of the very interesting areas where one can read some articles and it can proceed forward. So I understand, because in the future is all about AI, because these days nobody is talking anything other than AI. So if you want to continue your research, somehow you have to bring in AI into your research, because it has its application in all the areas. Its only thing is you have to think how AI can be used, because in most of the applications you take decisions. You want that certain things to be done autonomously, whether it's a control or monitoring. Therefore, I'm sure that you will always find an application area where this agentic AI can be used. So I would suggest that young researchers do some initial reading, and you can start working in this particular area. But there are very interesting problems where you can suggest, you can propose frameworks, you can model interaction behavior of the agents, and you can also propose the reasoning mechanism that will happen inside the agent, which will make use of the data which is already available in a given decision-making situation and act based on that. So this could be some of the interesting areas, take away points to work further in this particular newly coming up area. So this area, I just saw articles only in 2024 and 25. Only one article in 2025, and there are some 10 in 24. So pretty new area. So I'm also reading that. I'm also doing this particular area, trying to understand what you think they are doing. The only thing that they say, the agent that I talked about 40 years back, they could implement that in a generic sense. Now it's possible because of the LLM, because of the ChatGPT, because of the huge data set which is already available, which you can access through APIs. So you have to design the APIs and extract the data from there and build your own solution. So with this, I think I will stop. If you have any questions or
because what I observed in the question of artificial intelligence, you provided the theme first, and the theme what you studied is also one of the research topic, not the theme. My question to you, I visited NTU, Nanyang Technological University, where one of the professors was also Professor Jagdish Patra, MIT EC department. I could not meet him there because he was busy, but I presented over there. I found one interesting thing. One robot was dancing with the tune of Hollywood movie. It is true, I am not joking here. I not only me, entire family, all people have visited there. So a robot was dancing with the tune of the Bollywood movie, that song. So 18 was a good thing, because that time we were making small toys, running underwater, over water, like that small things we are trying to learn and show some demonstration also. But they implemented one robotic company they sold there. Very soon then I found the augmented reality. Because you are telling that Shah Khan or Samir Khan like that. Yes sir, maybe within a month in a closed studio, it is possible to have a movie provided you have thorough knowledge on Unreal Engine and also developing software are there. We are not scared about that one because I have been a young people who worked in movies for the last 20 years. I have not watched a movie in theatre. My question is that application to this shortage of faculty, scarcity of faculty, especially in the affiliated colleges, because the quality of education what is imparted at IIT, NITs and institution of national importance, so it is impossible at our level. Look, they are going for certain things like this MOOC, this NPTEL, still also they are unable to just try to bridge a gap. But definitely time will be coming when Robo Professor X, Professor Y, the management will be able to recruit 4 robots. One is related to engineering, one is related to basic science, one is related to management. So 3 robots is enough to handle the entire students. So unless the faculty and students they are updated, maybe a time is coming. But you never ask me that what about robot students? Yes, one high school teacher asked me because when the money is sponsored by the government of India or Odisha, then for running the institution minimum number of students should be there, and they don't have. That is it possible to have a robot student? I don't know. Maybe minister or somebody has to address. No, my query is not to tell and share all these things. Because a lot of workshop is going on and a lot of also presentation like this, you can sit here. So things are going on. But where are we actually? What level we are working in the laboratory? Still we are developing a small robotic car and putting and running on the floor. The student document something. The kids we are getting assembling. That is we are taking the credit. How actually a institute or a university can set up a lab to really work on this artificial intelligence, specifically what you are doing, this agentic AI and this generative AI. This is my query to this. Just to give us a suggestion. Is it possible very low-level college like this we can set up?
Okay. Now you have raised a very interesting question. How about a day when a robot teacher is teaching to the robot students? So now, which means there is no human teacher and there is no human students, and a robot is teaching to another. I think such a day should not have come. Before that, there should be some COVID. Okay. Now that's so that's the reason why there is a new area which is coming up that deals with the policies we are talking about ethical use of AI. Now, one of the areas in which the educational institution can be benefited is by creating software tools, maybe agentic AI-based tools, to provide personalized training. Many times what happens when you are teaching in a class, we have students at different levels of learning. Some students can learn very fast, some would require more examples, some would go very slow. So within that one hour time, it's very difficult to address the requirements of each student. Can you provide personalized teaching by understanding the learning behavior of a particular student? I think that is one of the challenges. And I think the Khan Institute and some other institutes, they have started doing that to some extent. But that is where we can always improve. Because such systems cannot be built in one day. You need a lot of experience, you need a lot of experienced teachers who will tell how those things can be translated into a computational model which can capture the interaction between the students and provide the information that it requires. That is one area. I think that's one of the most important areas. Because unless we address the requirements of a particular student, what for your teaching? If I'm giving a lecture and nobody is able to understand, what is the fun? Student will get a degree, but whether he has enhanced his knowledge. See, always there is a difference between education and qualification. Qualification will give you the degree, but education is actually you have a learning. You know how to solve real life problems. You must have some emotional base, that, all those things. So you are basically trying to provide a personalized instruction. That is one area AI can be effectively used in an education domain. The other one can be, as you said, IITs and Institute of Repute, they can build large infrastructures. Suppose I want to show you a simulator, a flight simulator, for example. Right? I cannot really take you to a cockpit of a plane and show you what is there inside, what are the readings are. But can I create a virtual environment where you have a feel of that? So for example, we have these 3D games where people wear the earphones and sit in front, they get the AR, VR, augmented reality. So you have a feel of how it works. Can you develop those kind of things for small experiments for which the college cannot provide the infrastructure, or maybe for example chemistry also. Sometimes some of the chemicals are very expensive.
It's already done. IIT Bombay has done that.
They have done it. So they are doing that. They are going in there. I think sometimes I heard that these days even in the medical students, you don't get dead bodies. So many dead bodies for sessions. You keep a dead body and do it. But now they're developing equipments. You can wear those gloves and you can touch some wax kind of a body, and you have a feel of how the heart feels like, how the kidney feels like, and all that. When you cannot have a dead body, the real dead body where the student can do research, and probably you can build these wax models or some models or wear some gloves and all that, you have a feel of how it looks like. Maybe later on you can do it, but anyway, there are some funny stories.
So thank you, sir. I have one more query. Actually, I'm sorry. So initially it was thought that using a robot, that repeated work we can do it without wasting the manpower. We can utilize for the innovation work. But most of the innovation work is done by ChatGPT and the agentic AI, what you are telling me. But innovation is not there.
Yes.
Need of physical human being, and this employee is now reduced. What software we are telling that maybe in the next decade, robo professors and robo software developer and robo VC also available in some universities.
As you have rightly said, those components will do certain repetitive work in a better way. Still, human beings require to oversee, have a bigger picture of what's happening. The new things that you develop, the way you pose the problem, that the human being will do. Robot will not understand our problem. Robot can probably, all these intelligent entities can solve our problem. But who is going to understand the problem and give them in a manner which this AI will try to solve it? Therefore, you cannot replace human beings. So they will always be there. They will become more smarter with the availability of these tools. Just a simple example, see, if I had to come in bus, for example, or maybe a bike, or in a cycle, a few years back to ROLAND, I would have started 2 hours back. To reach here by 10 o'clock, I would have started by 8 o'clock. But now that I know that I can drive a car, which will take half an hour, I have saved a lot of time. Now during that time, what I was doing, okay, I have not slept, I was doing some work. So when I get some time, I can spend it on some creative work. Right? So this AI can save a lot of our time, so that we are supposed to invest it for some creative work. Instead of doing the repetitive work, spending the same thing, doing the same thing again and again, we can save time. And whether you will use that time for good, that depends on us. But if you want to be lazy by all the time using ChatGPT, soon you will forget English, you will forget your grammar, and you will not be able to speak. I think that is one of the problems. I think yesterday the Vice Chancellor was telling that, right? Students are silent in the class for 4 years. They are also silent when they are when the interviews are being conducted. Now, I think you might have observed as teachers. So many times when our students come back to the university, because they are working in the industry, we take them to the classroom, tell them why don't you interact with the student, to encourage, because you were one of the students here. As an alumni, you speak to the students, because they will listen to you better. And many times, many of the students, they don't want to speak. They have worked in big companies, they have done a lot of projects, but they have lost that art of speaking. And that is what is happening very fast. Right? Therefore, I think the Vice Chancellor was telling yesterday, every day we need to read something. You have to keep our creative alive. That nature, that has come from God. We should not sort of spoil it. That creativity, you have to keep it alive. Because we cannot always depend on these tools, depend on the technology. There will be certain things where you have to use your brain. So unless you have stopped thinking, you will not be able to solve the problem. You will also behave like a robot. You will also behave like a robot. Right? Therefore, let AI do what it's supposed to do. Let the human beings will do what they are designed for. So that there should not be any conflict. They should work together and in a collaborative manner and help us to solve bigger problems for our society, for our students, for our patients, and so on. That is the way I look at AI. I don't envisage, I'm not looking for an AI system which will replace the human beings. AI will try to solve some problems in a more consistent way, in a better way, as human beings, but human beings will have their own problems where they can make the best use of AI to solve their problems. So I think that is the please.
Sir, AI generally needs a lot of data for training and all this stuff. As we have already told, Google's and all those companies, obviously doesn't belong to in India. The data, how much is relevant to people of India and Indian perspective, whether the data, big data are required.
Yeah, I got it, yes. Now that the machine learning models are built based on data, now there are issues like data bias, data skewness, or the sample of data that you have used to train a model. I think the best example is, if you have designed an autonomous vehicle, driverless car, which can drive on US roads, it has been trained, the model which is running that car in the US roads, do you think those cars will be successful in Indian roads? No. Because they are law-abiding people. They follow the right rules. See, there is also a reason why they follow the rules, because if they don't follow the rules, they will be heavily fined. That's the reason they follow. Whether they like it or not, I don't know. Because they will be heavily fined, therefore they follow the rules. If a autonomous vehicle has been trained to be driven on US roads, obviously our road conditions are entirely different. They do not work. That is one of the biggest challenges when you are building an ML model. So that's the reason why I said the large language model has been designed by scraping data from all over. Now, if I want to use it for my company, it has to be customized based on my requirement. So I need to provide data which are relevant to my company, to my organization. Then only I can get the full benefit of using those things. If I blindly use a model which is developed by somebody else, I'm 100% sure it will never work. Right? Somebody was sharing this when you said somebody who is working with some industrial thing. They develop some ML models to inspect the quality of certain products, and the ML model was developed by taking data in some cold country, and they wanted to use it in some other place which is hot. Because of course temperature has an impact on your materials. Now it didn't behave the way it was supposed to behave, and later they found why it didn't behave, because the parameter they used the train, it was entirely different in a cold country, and therefore it never worked. We can draw inspirations, we can draw ideas from successful models, but then if I want to deploy for the real application, you must make sure that the model has been trained by our own data, our contextual data in our body. Right? That's one of the biggest challenges if you are depending too much on it. Okay?
AI or generative AI, and you are asking just schedule your travel plan and all things. The dividers and all things you can do PG students are there. They assign, okay, I want the project on artificial intelligence and all the things. These are the project for me, putting the implementation, documentation, and also making a paper for my SCL. I don't think it takes more than 10 minutes to complete all the things by this. I can't
Yes, I got it. I don't want to disclose the name of a particular IIT because I've met some of my colleagues who visited some IIT. They came back and said some of the students, they enjoyed the fellowship for 4 years, and in the last 1 year they could prepare their PhD thesis using all these things. But now I think it's not that easy to do, because when you run a similarity test, it will show you how much text is AI generated. But you can always use it to get ideas. You can get ideas and you have to internalize that. It's not that somebody will prepare that for you and you present it. That's not going to happen. Smart teachers like you and me will catch that.
I hope if
If you are depending only on coding, I think you are in a risk because the codes are now can be written by ChatGPT. Right? You have to look at it at a different level, in the design level. And therefore, I think NEP has introduced the design thinking as one of the papers. In whichever branch you are, you have to develop that thinking, how to come out with new designs. And the components will be given by ChatGPT where you can put things together. But the design has to come from it. So therefore, things will be there.
Thank you, sir, for this insightful talk. Now I would like to request our principal, Dr. Gunamani Chenna, to felicitate our keynote speaker, Dr. Manas Ranjan Patra. Thank you, sir. Let's begin with our presentators. First, I invite Professor Ncact to present her paper on impact of granite dust and human hair fiber on the characteristics of highly compressible clay.
It is impact of granite dust and human hair fiber on the characteristics of highly compressible clay. So in contents there are introduction, objective, methodology, result and discussion, and conclusion, and future scope, and lastly, reference. So starting with the introduction, we all know that overgrown population and the waste disposal have reduced the availability of buildable lands with good bearing capacity. So it has become necessary that we need to treat the soil before conducting any kind of construction. Keeping in mind the waste management, engineers made use of human produced waste in stabilizing the soil. So in my project, I have chose two such waste material, that is human hair fiber and granite dust, which is available in a wide range and is economical. The main objective of this project is to assess the positive impact and efficacy of the stabilizers used for strengthening the soil and making it economical and eco-friendly. Then the scope of the work is limited to the laboratory investigation, where we evaluate the performance of the soil by testing the soil with varying proportion of human hair fiber and granite dust. Then these are the literature reviews. The works till now have on human hair fiber, there are several studies are there, but on the granite dust there are limited studies. But so far there is no studies, experimental work have been done using these two materials together. So I have used these two materials here. So this is my soil sample, and hair fibers are collected from the local barber shop, and granite dust have obtained from the manufacturing factory. The proportion I have used here for HHF are 0.5%, 1%, 1.5%, 2% and 2.5% respectively. And for GD I have taken 10%, 50% and 20% respectively. These are the properties of the hair fiber and the chemical composition of the granite dust. The samples were prepared first by incorporating the human hair fiber with varying proportion, and then the test have conducted. After that, I have taken the granite dust with varying proportion, and then I tested the soil with both the materials, and then tested the soil. These are the results of the working. The OMC was found as 17.65% and MDD was 1.7 gram per cc. These are the results. The compaction with HHF content. So with HHF content, we have seen that the OMC was increasing gradually and the density was decreasing. It is because the light weight of the human hair fiber. And these are the results of compaction with GD contents. With GD contents, we have observed that the OMC was decreasing and the moisture content, the density was increasing. Then with combined effect, we have seen that the OMC first decreased, then it gradually increased, but in density we have seen the gradual increase. These are the results of severe analysis. With HHF, the severe value was increasing, and with GD also it showed a great effect. And for UCS also, with HHF content, it showed a very good result. And also with granite dust, the soil improved.
Thank you, Professor Tripathi. Next, I invite Professor Himachal Das to present his paper on a review on wastewater techniques and their comparison.
Respected Principal Sir, Professor Dr. Gulawani Jana, respected Conference Chair, Professor Dr. Sumant Kumar Patro, respected Vice Principal Sir, Professor Dr. Sumant, my student friends, good morning to everybody. I am Dr. Himachal Das, Faculty in Chemistry, Department of Basic Science, ROLAND Institute of Technology. My co-workers, Mr. Arkhil Boru, Faculty in Physics, and Mr. Deepan Ponda, Faculty in Chemistry. My topic is wastewater treatment in modern era and its challenges. So, contents of my paper is abstract, introduction, objective, methodology, result and discussion. Water that is essential for all living organisms, that is aquatics as well as human beings, and also for the industrial purposes. But due to the globalizations and industrializations and population explosions, the water is found to be polluted day to day by more extents. Hence, it is necessary for our part to get the clean water for all these different purposes. Hence, we have tried to do the works regarding the cleaning of the water that is useful for the human society or for the industrializations and all other purposes. So the environments and the world as well as the societies is more associated with the economics, developments, health and pollutions. And the pollution that is created due to either air or water, whatever it may be, but it is directly affects to human health as well as animal health and also our surroundings. Hence it is necessary to our part to get the clean water for using our daily purposes. So this water we have found to be polluted due to the chemicals, pesticides, and all other materials such as substances, metals, heavy metals, personal care products like this. So to eliminate all these things, we have to need the water treatments, and this water treatment is highly essential. So for the water treatment purposes, we can use the different methods just like adsorption methods, coagulation methods, membrane filtration methods, chemical methods, methods using algae, all these things. Out of these, the adsorption method is a simple one, and by this process you can get the clean waters in large extent that can be used for our purpose, human purpose as well as for the industrial purpose. Hence it is our objective of the work to get the clean water by using the adsorption methods. So first of all, this water that is the water we are using, that is 70% of our earth is covered with water and rest is covered with the lands. Out of this 100% of water, 97% of water is not using directly by us, and that is only 3% that is potable. Other waters are contaminated or salty waters or sea waters, those are using, they are only belongs to 3%. And out of this 3% of water, they are also found to be polluted. And the pollutions are generally produced by the industrialization process and our human sanitary purposes, and all due these activities, the pure water is found to be contaminated or it is polluted. And whenever we take the polluted water, it creates many diseases and many health problems. So it is a great concern for the United States Environmental Agency as well as all over the world to get the clean and pure water for all the human purposes as well as the industrial uses. Because if the wastewater is also used in the industry, then it's basics, and all these things also found to be corrupted, and then they replacements after 1 or 2 years after their life efficiency. Hence, it is very much necessary to get the pure water by using the different technologies. So the water that we can use in human consumption as well as industry, agriculture, recreations are generally required the pure water. Otherwise, their effects will take place in all spheres. And these pollutant that we can create many nitrogen, phosphoruses, heavy metals, detergents, and pesticides. So it is a necessary part to get the pure water. So mainly the water that we are getting polluted, mainly industrials and our sanitary as well as we can say agriculture water. So for this purpose we can use different methods just like fluoridations, coagulations, ion exchange, biological treatment, exhaustion methods. All these methods we can use for getting the pure water out of the impure water or polluted waters. So for this purpose we can use the exhaustion method. With the exhaustion natural adsorbent, industrial byproducts, agricultural waste and biosolvents. So on account of the water pollution, several research work has been gone, and out of this several research work, the most including is the adjustment methods, which is the cheap and better, and it is convenient to scaling down the impure water to pure water in large extents, and it can be easily accessible and it can be easily done also. So next, the heavy metals, those are also produced from the industries. They can cause the problems to our body while we are taking that water, and they also create many diseases. So this problem rising due to the different processes we can solve by taking the adjustment methods. So our objective is to get the pure water from the impure water or the waste waters. To getting the pure water from the impure water, we can take the treatment methods, and this treatment method may be 3 types: so primary treatment, secondary treatment, tertiary treatments. So tertiary treatment we can also use, there is a biological treatment. In the primary treatment process, just we have to remove the scatters, the dusts, the particles, streaks like this. And in the secondary treatment, we can remove the pathogens, bacteria, fungi, all these parts present. And in the final biological treatments, we can purify the water in the most extents, so that we can get the pure water in the maximum extents. So our objective is to get the pure water by using all these 3 steps: primary steps, secondary steps, and tertiary steps. So basically, the methodology here involving is the adjustment mechanism. Okay, of course there are different mechanisms: adjustments, coagulations, flocculations, methods using algae, methods using chemicals, all these methods. But our method we are using is your adjustment methods, and in this adjustment method, the basic objective is the adsorbent and adsorbate. Both are taken. Adsorbent band is a material where the water has to be put, and the adsorbent, what it will do, it will absorb the polluted particles to its surface, so that the pure water will separate, and the impure things or the pollutants, they have to be absorbed on the surface of the adsorbents. And this adsorption process has to be taken place by 2 methods. One is physical adsorption and chemical adsorption. So physical adsorption is a common one, that is directly send the polluted water to the adsorbent, where it can separate, and it can work with the help of van der Waals, hydrogen ion bonding like this. Whereas in chemical adsorptions, the adsorbent has to be mixed with a specially prepared chemicals having different functional groups, such as phenolic groups, hydroxyl groups, or sulfonyl groups, so that they will absorb the adsorbent molecules or the polluted molecules. So like this we can do the adsorption process. So this is the adsorbate and adsorbate. So adsorbate is the solid surface, and adsorbate is the pollutants that is mixed in the surface, and that is to be removed away, so that we get the pure water by this process. Next, after adsorption, next step is the membrane filtrations. In this membrane filtrations, we have to take a different membranes to separate the impure water from the pure water. In the membrane filtrations, the membrane is specially designed and the wastewater is put in there. The membrane has to coagulate or keep the polluted things on its surface, and the pure water has to be brought to the container so that we can separate with the help of the membrane filtrations. And the membrane filtration depends upon the hydrophilicity and surface charge of the membrane. Hydrophilicity, that is what? It is the interaction between the water and the pollutants that is present in the water molecules. Thereafter, next it comes to membrane filtrations. You see, the membrane is there, and the upper side the water and pollutant is there, and it is cleaning, and the pure water is down to the surface. After membrane filtration, it is nanofiltrations. It is another method, and in this method also, the small particles can be separated by using the nanofilters, and this method also declines or has the various factor dependence, just like concentrations, polymerizations, and fallings. So, and high salinity in the water also makes a problem from the water separation. Next, ultrafiltrations. In this case also, we can improve the separation of the water, polluted waters, from the pure waters, and from the ultrafiltrations, we can take the membranes, polymeric materials, just like polyacrylate, polysulfone, cellulose acetate, polysulfones, just like material we can use for the ultrafiltrations. Next, coagulation methods. In the coagulation method, what happens? We take the wastewater and then we will make some coagulants. What will happen? The coagulant will absorb the pollutants and it will be brought together. As a result, the water will be mixed, coagulants will remain at the bottom, and the water has remain at the upper portions. Coagulations. Next, conclusions. So, actually, by this way of different methods, we can separate the pure water from the wastewater, impure waters, and this is the method. Basically, our principles are adjustment method. In adjustment methods, we take the adsorbent and the pollutants. Okay, and this pollutant has to be removed by using the adjustment mechanism. Thank you.
Sir, have you used any software or doing any experiment on this one?
Not software, sir.
You have not studied the electricity.
First, I would like to provide thanks to you for this kind of presentations. I do have one doubt whether any AI techniques has already been here to find out the testing regarding quality of water.
Is there any study or you have contributed something? From the sample selected from where? Alright.
Thank you, Professor Das.
and my dear students. Very good morning to all. So, just I would like to introduce this topic as it is at a very initial stage of research, which we initiated some time back. But even it's just quick through. So just using the basic problems and basic findings only I am presenting this presentation. So DC-DC applications is the main part of the electrical vehicles. So nowadays, due to pollution and futuristic thinking of global warming and sustainability, as well as the less resources of petrol and diesel. So you are familiar with, as per the international statistics and all, we can get the fuel till next 50 years. Later we don't know what will happen. Maybe we can find new resources somewhere in the world, or entirely the crude oil will vanish in the world, we don't know. So that's why now if you see the EV share in the market is increasing day by day to avoid such worst scenario due to lack of fuel resources. So even we witnessed the increasing price of fuels here and there. So if you see petrol from last 10 years, it is increasing every time. Even the decrease rate is very less, even though it's decreasing. So due to that, EVs are increasing day by day. But still the problem is, a lot of problems is there in EV. Such similar problems or such small problem is you don't know when it will stop. Because nowadays EVs companies itself mentioning the range for this vehicle is 90 kilometers. But in brackets they are mentioning depends on the way you are traveling. So if you have some slopes and all, it will decrease the range. We don't know when it will stop. So it will show you some 30% is there, but that 30% may immediately consume in the next 1 kilometer itself. Those type of challenges are there in EVs. Even in reality, I faced the challenges when I went to electrical vehicle. So the only solution to such challenges is application of deep learning, data analytics, and artificial intelligence to electrical vehicle applications, so that it will monitor, optimize the use of resources such as battery and BMS, and as well as the optimization of DC-DC conversion. So this paper deals with the basic research which we initiated in this field. So we are applying DC-DC converters, data analytics, deep learning, reinforcement learning, and artificial intelligence to DC-DC conversion applications, especially in electrical vehicles. So the presentation layout is abstract, introduction, problem formation, objective, methodology, and results and discussions conclusion. The basic concept, as I described earlier, the basic concept is application of AI, EVs and DC-DC converters. So the basic concept behind this application is why we are using this application. Why? Because we want to optimize, control, especially fault detection. So you are also familiar, so many EVs are burning out here and there due to faults. We don't know what exactly the reason for faults. Sometimes the battery heating up due to extreme use, extreme charging. These sort of things are happening, which is very dangerous. Sometimes blasts also happening. To avoid such scenarios, AI for early detection of faults, so that it will warn us there is a fault in the battery or BMS system or the vehicle, so that we keep aside or we don't use that for some time to avoid any further problem or disaster for using this vehicle. And enhancing performance and reliability by properly using battery, voltage and resources, and BMS system. And application of battery management system and predictive management. This is the main idea of using AI and data analytics. This I am adding further in abstract. This research paper explores the diverse applications of neural networks and deep learning techniques in the domain of DC-DC converters and electric vehicles. With the rapid advancement of machine learning techniques and integration of artificial intelligence in power electronics and EV systems has opened new opportunities for optimization, control, and efficiency enhancement. So far, these are a challenge in the EV segment. By using AI, we can enhance those things in this segment. So especially this paper emphasizes the role of neural networks and deep learning algorithms in improving the performance and reliability of DC-DC converters, which are critical components for power management in EVs. As DC-DC converters only supply power to every component in the EVs. That is good. So AI/ML in power electronics, deep learning for optimization and control, challenges in traditional control techniques. These three are evaluated in this paper. I'm not detailing here to keep the time in mind. So the rapid advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning have locked new possibilities in the field of power electronics and energy systems. Among those, deep learning and deep reinforcement learning have emerged as transformative techniques capable of addressing complex challenges in the design, control, and optimization of DCs. Converters as critical components in the wide range of applications, including renewable energy system and electrical vehicles and industrial automation. DC-DC converters require exercise, control, and optimization to achieve high efficiency, reliability, and performance. Sometimes the DC-DC performance also impact due to the internal problems. We don't know what it means. Because those are made up of power equipment. Sometimes the components create problems, and so that the output will change automatically without doing this. Unless otherwise again we will test or we will again calibrate. We don't know whether the output is changing or not. That time we call as the circuit is failed, then we will replace the circuits. But we don't know sometimes, unless otherwise it is fully failed, we don't know whether the circuit is having problems or not. That's another challenge in power electronics. Suppose simply I can example with our SMPs. Unless otherwise SMPs is fully failed, we don't know what is happening inside. Sometimes what will happen, SMPs will give a wrong voltage to particular device due to failure of a small circuit inside. So it may, instead of damaging SMPs, it will damage motherboard. In systems we will find that several times. So the same will happen, but in SMPs is a small unit. In the SMPs, DC converters and all, it costs very less. Now SMPs typically charge 700 to 1500 rupees. But EVs, the circuit components is very costly. If one device is collapsed, means we need to spend around 7,000 or 8,000. So in such scenarios, the early detection of problem is required in order to avoid full damage and further use of the vehicle. DC-DC converters are essential for managing power flow between energy sources and loads by converting voltage to specific application requirements. So the main problem, as I mentioned earlier, the complexity of power management in EVs is having very vast power management, and there are different components like meters. I mean, meters is there, control units is there, and motors is there, powertrain is there, different units are there. These power management of all these components is a bit challenging EVs. And for that we are using AI-driven optimization so that we will monitor them better in order to monitor continuously and as well as optimize the overall flow of the power conversion. So, limitation of existing methods, like the existing methods are very limited. As I told you, can't control some of these units. So, this is the typical diagram of how we will use deep learning in AI. So, it's a basic circuit where we will convert the voltage into signal, then using signal, deep learning signal processing. Yesterday, one of the keynote speakers discussed about this methods. So, with that, we will convert to the deep learning and we will monitor this using deep learning. So, objective to improve efficiency and reliability of converters, implementation of AI-based configuration and optimization, enhance energy management in EVs. This is the basic objective of this. We are using LSTM technology by using these techniques, we use the voltage regulation, better fault detection is possible, validation by simulations and experiments is possible using AI. We can monitor by using AI techniques. AI of itself can monitor. So AI techniques show promise for EVs, deep learning, deep reinforcement learning and artificial intelligence. The AI future will be promising, and autonomous vehicles also using AI more than the basic level. But basic level also required is AI, and as students keynote speaker code. So we have that if we introduce some agents in the system, maybe there's a future research. So we will get more promising results than this. And data analytics also very required, as like we don't know as how many kilometers each terrain is going, like that it will warn us based on that. Nowadays it's not warning us when it will stop. But if suppose somebody is riding, if we take data from them, so from one point to one point, how much energy it is taking, how much time it is taking, such data continuously. Then when you are riding, other rider is riding the electrical vehicle, we can suggest them. So it will take this much energy, whatever energy in your battery is not sufficient to ride this place, like that we can suggest. So such scenarios will be implemented so that EVs will be more promising and more suggestive for us. So potential for AI models, expansion of smart analysis. Diagram.
Thank you, sir, for your nice presentations. Sir, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
After so many years has passed, likely I think 10 years of discovery of electrical vehicles, still electrical vehicle is not competitive or not at par with the petrol vehicles. So can in this regard, we can take the help of artificial intelligence?
Sir, artificial intelligence definitely helps us to improve the efficiency of vehicle. But the major challenge between petrol, conventional vehicle and electrical vehicles where it is lagging is due to infrastructure. We don't have proper charging stations. If I start a petrol vehicle, for example, 2 years back, 400 kilometers I traveled by electric petrol scooter. So in these 400 kilometers, I supposed to fuel it 10 times. 10 times I have petrol pumps. Same if I start an electrical vehicle, there is no recharge stations. Especially for electrical two-wheelers. Four-wheelers we have here and there. That is also the limited facility. That too is not a rapid charging station. Those are, it will take at least 2 to 3 hours to charge completely for an electrical vehicle. And whatever batteries nowadays we are using, those are lithium-ion batteries. We can't continuously charge or charging, recharging, recharging, can't be done immediately. That's what they are also telling. And most of the electrical vehicles are happening due to this frequent charging and discharging. So if I charge the vehicle completely for 2 hours, I need to keep half an hour at least ideal. Then only I can start riding and discharging the vehicle. And if I continuously ride the vehicle till the end of the battery, I need to keep 30 minutes ideal before I start charging. These are the problematic situations in EVs. That's why nowadays what they are doing is instead of lithium-ion batteries, they come with different lithium phosphate and sodium phosphate, like the different alloys they are using nowadays to improve this lithium-ion problem. So infrastructure has to be also.
Sir, one doubt is there. What is the longevity of the battery? It is estimated that 1 year, 2 years it is found to be damaged. That is more than the petrol cost that we are using 2 years. That's why the people are reluctant to take the EV as compared to our conventional vehicles.
That is also true, sir. Now maximum 5 years they are promising, sir. Lithium-ion, sir. That's why as these cells will come into existence, only there is a problem with the cells. Lithium-ion can't support the EVs, that's why they are also researching for new cells. So same thing, sir. In fact, I'm also telling EV is not a green nowadays. Everybody is telling you are not polluting the environment if you buy EV. I don't support that, sir, because most of the electricity we are generating from thermal power plants. So if thermal power plants they are burning coal and getting electricity and charging using that, then how I am saving the environment, sir? That is more dangerous than petrol. So for 1 unit of electricity, some tons of coal they
confusion in the mind of people that electrical vehicles are, suppose we are going for a long run and we are going for, suppose we do not depend on electrical vehicles because everybody need to buy petrol because they are heavy vehicles and lightweight vehicles cannot be trusted. So how much we can depend on that? Whether it is every time or some in future there will be heavy vehicle for electrical, then people will depend on that. They will go on trust for long run.
That's the point, ma'am. We can trust EVs once the infrastructure is improved. We prepare charging stations are there. Second, the battery current technology should be improved. So from lithium ion to one other technology. Third one, AI should improve it. Then only you can know that your battery will be sufficient for your ride or not. Otherwise, we don't know how much ride we can go with the current charging. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor G.P. Sharan. Lastly, I welcome Ms. Vishnupriya Sahu to present her paper on autonomous traffic control system leveraging convolution neural network and short-term memory networks in low visibility area.
Good afternoon, everyone present over here. I'm Vishnupriya Sahu, presenting over the topic Autonomous Traffic Control System leveraging CNN, using CNN and LSTM and IoT and various other devices, LoRa, etc. This paper of ours is guided by Professor Padmacharan Sahu and Professor Dr. Pavitra Kumar Tripathi. They are currently pursuing BTech from Kalam Institute of Technology. And first of all, I would like to convey my gratitude towards ROLAND Institute of Technology for organizing such a national conference and providing us such a stage so that we are expressing ourselves. The presentation layout goes with introduction, problem formulation, objective, methodology, result and discussion, conclusion and future scope and reference. Artificial intelligence enables machine to perform human-like tasks, and it is in nowadays solving various real-time problems and providing us various solutions towards walking into a better future. The AI can be traced back in 1943. It means like the AI has been discovered or come to the human mind by the year of 1943, and it was popular during the year 1950 because of a paper that is published by ROLAND, which says like machine could perform human-like tasks, and we are using IoT, LoRa, CNN, AI, and machine learning to improve traffic management system in low visibility area. The problem statement goes like there are in our day-to-day life we can see that in our transportation and traffic management, low visibility area is performing one of the vital tasks for us to overcome. Like it is the biggest problem that we are facing in nowadays, and because of it, we can see different sort of accidents that are unfortunate accidents we are facing in day-to-day life. So the low visibility condition that occur because of the environmental factors, it could be humidity, it could be fog, it could be the rain, a different sort of factors. So we are walking, the problem statement, we are walking toward improving the vision or visibility in the low visibility area. Here are some research gaps, like there are some papers that have been published in 2024, 2023 and 2021. All of the authors have said like because of the traffic management, because of the poor traffic management system, patterns of the traffic and suggest a new pattern or suggest new idea or new solution for each solution and for each problem. In this particular paper, there are some technology that has been used along with the AI, which is like CNN and yellow beehive. Here the yellow beehive is used to transport and traffic management system for its real-time object detection capability, allowing for effective monitoring vehicle traffic signal to enhance traffic flow and safety, but which could be replaced with LoRa and CNN for the betterment of the system. LoRa is a long-range, low-power, wide network system which is used in the low visibility area to get a better result. Why we are using it? Because we can use the LoRa by the means of low power, by using low power, and it can be used up to 5 km to 20 km range. So it is easy to use, and the power consumption is very low compared to other devices, other technologies, and we are using the classification class C of LoRa protocol, so that it will be helpful to get the rapid result and rapid signals continuously. So now I would like to invite my friend Ritesh Senapati for explaining the further slide.
Good afternoon everyone present over here. Myself P. Ritesh Senapati. As my friend discussed about the LoRa technology and other technologies, I want to discuss about the LSTM technology. LSTM stands for long short-term memory networks, as is a type of recurrent neural network. It's an advanced technology of RNN designed to learn and remember sequence of data over long periods, making them effective for future predictions. In transport and traffic management, particularly low visibility area like fog, rain, LSTM enhance safety by processing the past data, like by using LiDAR and radar sensors, by sending signals and collecting the data. They also analyze historical traffic data to forecast patterns, improving traffic signals, and additionally, LSTMs can dynamically adjust traffic signals, timing based on real-time data, and detect unusual patterns like accidents, enabling quicker emergency responsibilities. And overall, LSTM networks significantly contribute to safer and more efficient for transport system. I would like to invite my friend Ravi to discuss the further technologies.
Hello, I am Praveen Kumar Mehra, respected to all professors present here. I will tell about CNN. First of all, CNN stands for Convolutional Neural Network. It's a deep learning algorithm, primarily for image processing and video processing. It is inspired by human brain interference. Then I will tell about CNN. Using accurate vehicle detection and classification. CNN accelerated accurately detecting and classifying vehicles for images, even in challenging low visibility condition, traffic monitoring and management. Then a robust visual data processing. The architecture allows CNN to analyze images for essential features such as edges, texture, and shape, making an effort in identifying an obstacle despite various lighting and weather. Then improve real-time management by leveraging diverse datasets that include various environmental conditions. CNNs can provide reliable data for vehicle recognition and congestion prediction, enabling time response to changing traffic patterns. Then integration with other AI technologies. CI can combine with AI models such as RNN to predict traffic flow and congestion, optimize traffic signal timings, and improve overall time efficiency. Then enhance road safety. The ability of CNN to provide accurate and timely information contributes to improve road safety, facilitating better decision making in low scenarios. Then Ms. Vishnu will tell about method.
We have tried to create a prototype using IoT and different BT1750 BMP, BPM280 and rain sensor to detect real-time data and enhance traffic flow and safety in low visibility condition, controlling the traffic light and detecting the number of vehicles present inside the gate by using EM18 RFID. The key purpose is to increase the light visibility in low visibility condition by detecting all the environmental parameters that is causing the low visibility condition. There are thermal camera which is also attached to the vehicle to detect whether there is a living or non-living object present in front of the vehicle, so that it could avoid any further accidents or any further condition that could be harmful. An RFID tag is also installed for the purpose of managing traffic inside any gate. So this is the block diagram that we have for our prototype. There is a power supply which is supplied to the controlling center, and the controlling center receives all the data from the sensor, which is BH1750, an ambient light sensor, BPM280, which is a biometric pressure sensor, and DHT22, which is a temperature and humidity sensor, and a rain sensor. All those sensor data, all those collected data from the sensor are passed down to the controlling center, and the controlling center is connected to the traffic lights, street lights, and display panel and buzzer. Those controlling center also connected to the cloud, which stores the data and helps us to enable the data by the means of any mobile computer or any system that is possible, that is helpful for us to connect with. It is the block diagram. Okay, I would like to show you my prototype first. Yeah. This is the prototype that we have designed, and this was for the purpose of mining area first, but we can use it in a daily basis also, like in our normal traffic and transport management system. So yes, there is a Raspberry Pi we have used here. There is a Raspberry Pi which is connected to the breadboard, and the breadboard is connected to different sensors and different DC devices and different the vehicles and the panel, so that we can sense the data through the sensor and process those data and display it into the display board. So this is the device this is the picture that shows how can we collect the data using sensors by the means of connecting those sensors to the GPIO pin present in the Raspberry Pi or in the breadboard. The second one is for the vehicle. We have attached a thermal camera which is for the purpose to detect which type of object can be present or could be present in front of the vehicle, so that it can avoid the accident. The thermal camera detects the temperature of the object present in front of the vehicle and detects whether it is a living or non-living object. This is the system. This is the block diagram power supply for controlling the traffic lights and LED present opposite of the road. There is a power supply which is connected to the Raspberry Pi, and the Raspberry Pi is connected to different sensors, that is the DHT22 rain sensor and biometric pressure sensor and ambient light sensor. That Raspberry Pi is also connected to a logic level converter which is connected to the RF reader or RF reader, which is EM80. This particular system provides a overall solution how we could install this solution into our real-time basis. Yes, this is the block diagram that is designed for the box checking for loading status or box checking for that is present inside the gate. Like we have used the thermal camera which is connected to the Raspberry Pi. The thermal camera is present in the vehicle and which is connected to the Raspberry Pi. The Raspberry Pi controls the buzzer. If in any case of the emergency, the buzzer will activate and the vehicle will get the notification that there is a certain object present in front of it. And as I have discussed, this is the prototype picture that we have created, and we can also install this particular system into our real-time traffic management system. So the technology that we LoRa, CNN, and LSTM integrate this technology, create robust traffic management system that leverage LoRa for reliable communication, CNN for visual data processing, and LSTM for predictive analysis. And the result discussion for the prototype we have created, the sensor gonna sense the data, and the data is gonna process to the control center. The control center gonna store those data into the cloud, and by the means of the cloud, we can access the data by the mobile computer or any sort of devices that is present. This is a paper presentation for autonomous smart traffic management system using artificial intelligence and different technology like LoRa, CNN, and LSTM. This prototype system is also designed for the purpose of enhancing transport and traffic management system in low visibility area by using networks of sensors, a data processing center, and output mechanisms. Future scope, we can also build a website to control all those equipment, all those data that has been noted from the sensor, and we can manage it by the means of the website. Not in sense of managing it, we can view what is the condition of the traffic in this particular moment. We can collect the real-time data by the means of the website. And these are the reference paper that we have followed. Any queries? Yes, please.
You are doing nice work. So do you think this is the initial work that you were targeting, or the literature, whatever you gone through, whether they have already addressed this type of problems or not? It is me.
Actually, sir, this is a real-time solution that we have come up to. Like, we can install this in our any location. It could be Barampur, it could be Banjaragar, or any location. We can install this particular solution or particular prototype in a betterment, and also can design a website to connect with the dots that has been provided by the means of sensors or any type of real-time data that has been collected. So yes, this is a prototype that has been designed for the purpose of monitoring the real-time data and traffic management.
Are already existing solution available for this? Like you referred many references in this paper, right? There people have addressed this type of problem, or you only doing this type of problem?
We have been to hackathon, so in that we come to know about the DCM of NALCO, and he have addressed that this is the problem that they are facing in the real-time basis, and that the solution that they are requiring is not based on the sensors or not based on the something IoT devices. They are finding the solution that could be really operate in a real-time basis. So this is a prototype that we have designed by looking forward to that particular question, that particular solution problem they have addressed us.
That prototype which you have been showing, right? Some sensors were attached. You have built this one?
The sensor has been purchased from the website, and we have attached the sensor to the GPIO pin of the breadboard, which is connected to the Raspberry Pi. The Raspberry Pi has the program, which is
That is a controller.
Yes.
So that this system is present, is there with you. You are working on it.
Yes, we are working.
Sure.
Yes.
The sensors, can you identify which one are the sensors and ICs? You can show me from that laser actually.
why not use Arduino with the program?
Actually, it was available. It was available for us before. So we have come to the Raspberry Pi.
Is there any advantage?
It is a microcontroller, like it is a mini computer as compared to the Arduino Pi. Like Arduino can also use in different types of program, but Raspberry Pi itself is a computer, mini computer that we can use to run various projects
Another one, this is prototype you have made. Can it be used for the last step?
That can be faster one, accurate one, and on top of it, it will be cheap. The main focus.
Thank you, Ms. Sahu. Thank you everyone for your cooperation. We are going to take a lunch break and let's gather here at 1:30 for the keynote speakers and the validated program. Thank you everyone.
Then after that, what happens? You are taking the medicines or admitted to the bed or something happens, finally, either in this side or that side. Yes or no? Those are serious that side, otherwise this side. So what happens actually after that, that becomes a record. It's a medical record. So medical record they kept it. Another day, same thing. Another day, same thing. Now see, if you go to the hospital, you ask them, I need a patient's information who admitted in the bed so and so day, before 5 years back. When you are asking the record, are they providing the records? Are they providing? What about the piece of paper? It's a waste. It's a waste. Now computer science people, we are thinking that how we have to discover all the things. Let me give a small example. People, they are suffering from heart attack. You should be responsible. Yes, no, or raise your hands if you are any. See, when people they are suffering from heart attack, what happens? Somebody, as I told, this side or that side. So we have to find out what are the symptoms that a patient has. What are the symptoms? How we have to eradicate? How we have to? How they are taking care of the precautionary measures so that they can take. So these are the things matters. So you should know what are the symptoms, what was the symptoms with the patient so that he recovered from the minor attack. What are the symptoms with a cardiac patient he recovered. What are the extreme things so that they died out. Those things matter. See, when you study the things manually, you can understand the things. Doctors, what they are doing? They are just studying the things. you guess the things? An expert doctor can study how many patients? Can you study? Can you guess it? Yes? Yes? Any guess? 200, 300, 500? How many? With 10,000? So if somebody will study 1 lakh, he will be super specialist or beyond that also? Yes or no? Today's world, artificial intelligence will all the techniques what we are discussing will study more than that. Beyond the emergence of the things are coming. Like artificial intelligence, I will talk about the things in my talk, how the things will be accomplished. So you can do more than that. So you can train the things. Today we talk about different models. Now say, why you have to study these things? Because nowadays globally see, people consider from 16 to 2021 onward. Now how you see the internet penetration, how it grows, how people are acquainted. You just imagine yourself. 10 years back, how many times you are, how we are interacting with the mobiles. Nowadays, what is the situation? Somewhere I asked somebody, he told that I can leave my Wi-Fi, I cannot leave my mobile. You think about yourself. Somebody suggested today you can go for the digital fasting. People they are why digital fasting? If the mobile will be kept for 1 hour, you imagine yourself. Yes, you can leave the society, but you cannot leave the mobile. It's happening now because nowadays it become the part and parcel of life. And of course, that is the reason nowadays I just writing a book for that. We say nowadays the world is a digital twin. Of course, it's beyond that discussion. Now it becomes the part and parcel. Without mobile, without digitization, you can't do anything. Okay, now see this. So there the concept of these things comes. So we will talk about the things. Here this is the last thing of review sort of thing, then we will directly go to our topic like 3B you might have heard about that. How the data moves. Data moves, velocity, variety, and your value. Earlier you might have saw the things, probably students might have known the things when they will the pen drive, it is a KB, MB. Am I right? Sir, am I right? We are using MB, pen drive or MB. How many of you saw the things MB pen drive? Now what? Are you using that one? Still they are not using. But saying yes. We know that, of course, we should know the things. Floppy and other things. Nowadays, we are talking about GP and TV. Floppy drive, right? Floppy drive, 1.44 KB. Nowadays, you see that KB, I think KB was eliminated from the right? KB was, it's a dinosaur saying. So, when people are talking like this, we are saying it's a dinosaur. They understood the thing. We cannot say all this. See, now they say that volume. The volume grows. And the variety grows. Earlier, those were old, they are writing a C program or some programs in only text mode. Nowadays, the text things has gone. Earlier, we are writing only graph. Nowadays, we are writing only message. But nowadays, image, video, audio, everything we are doing. You imagine that this variety comes. Velocity, already explained the things. Per minute, how much data is generated. So because of these factors, huge data comes. Now question is, where the data? People they are keeping the data in different ways. And people they are expecting 3 things over here. Once you have the data, then you can analyze the data. Once you will analyze the data, then you can develop a model. Model in general, how many of you heard about model? I will not talk about the things, of course. In general, I am trying to say, suppose you study something. Reasoning, verbal, non-verbal reasoning. You see a diagram, something like this, but first one you saw, second one, third one, fourth one. What is the possible fifth one you are guessing? Yes or no? So it will guess like this. Similarly, if we guess for 50, then accuracy will be more. If you study 100, then 100 pass will be the more accurate. Similarly, when you study your data, the data set what you have, that medical cases what I told, if you have those data, if you study what are the symptoms exist with the person, the patient, so that he died out of heart attack. If you study the things, probably you can guess that yes, if the BP is this one, pulse is this one, oxygen this one, blah blah other parameters, then you can say there is a chance that he may suffer from severe heart attack. Fever, you know, fever. Then you can call this the fever. Body temperature? Yes? High means what is the value? More than 90. Then you are saying temperature is high. Then if the body temperature is 104, then you can say it's suffering from high fever. How do you see? When you study the things, you are predicting. That means you are forming a rule for that. You are forming a rule for that. When you are forming a rule for that, then see, by observing a lot of things, you are following the rules. But earlier, the data we are having the data. When you study all the data, probably you can say that your prediction will come exact and accurate. Of course, we are keeping the database. How many of you know the database? Database management system, you know that things. In database, what you will do? If I ask you the things, what is something, for example, you can say, how much rain was there last year, 2023, how much rain? If you are having the rain goes data, you can study the things and you can say what is the average data of this place, that place, you can say. Am I right? Can you say that? Can you say how much rain will be there next year? Can you forecast and tell me? Yes or no? Yes. Can you tell me how much? Let me give a small example, then I will come to that topic point. Suppose all of you just observe carefully, and those who want to interact, they can don't see that side. People will come and go. Those are sitting there. Okay. Suppose all of you know Barampur is placed, and that one side it is Gopalpur, another side you are in Chhatrapur, and another side you can say this is this place is Golonthara. Okay, so just answer my question. All of you answer my question. Golonthara, the rainfall was around 100 cm. Every rain 100 cm. Gopalpur, it is 200 cm rainfall. Chhatrapur, it is 150 cm rainfall. Barampur, I don't know. Can you guess the things? How much rain is there in Barampur? Who can tell me? Quick. 120. Yes? Any? All of you are from engineering background? Engineering or 160. Yes, this side, one side. See, is it difficult or easy? Easy or difficult? Easy. How can you say that? Is it correct? Is it correct? Average is correct. It may happen that there is a very high rainfall in Barampur and it gradually reduces. It may happen that here heavy rainfall, but towards Barampur it may be less. Of course, to know exactly what this purpose, we have different mathematical models. Like we have the diluted triangulation, facial particle, all these mathematical concepts are there. But the whole idea is simply how we are calculating is not giving the always the right answer. Who was the topper last page? Who was the topper of this RIT? you know somebody's name. Otherwise, you can find out from the database. But can you tell me who will be the topper next year? Who will be the topper? So you should know that what are the parameters required to know that to bust the topper. Because topper is not in the database. Topper is not in the database. That means from the database, if existing things are there, you can extract, but you cannot predict the things. So here, when people are going the artificial intelligence or maybe the machine learning methods when they are working such type of things. And you got some idea? Okay. So that's the whole idea is if you have a bulk of data and if you know how to analyze the data, then probably you can understand that how knowledge has to be discovered from that. Like the medical data what I told, a lot of patient data, patient information. Why this source, why patient number A was died? Because the heart rate is this or that, some parameters. Similarly, why the second person died? Because of this factor. Third person, because of this factor. So when you study the things, then probably you can understand, yes, these are the parameters I have to take care so that I can suggest a recursive measure for the person who is suffering from. Okay? That means for anybody, you can bring the person, measure all the parameters, then you can suggest, yes, your BP is low, your cholesterol is high, something you can break the things and you can suggest. Okay? That's the whole idea. Because nowadays, see, you are collecting a lot of data, but you are not making use of the data. So similarly, what I showed you, nowadays in social media or anywhere else, use data. You should know how to discover knowledge out of the data that you have. Okay, for this purpose you have to build a model. Probably madam will explain about the things in next session. I will go beyond that. So model purpose you can understand is like machine learning. Machine learning nowadays is a buzzword. Next generation is your AI ML generation. Yes or no? This current generation is your AI ML. Everywhere you are using AI ML. Now how you have to use the AI ML for you? Now when the concept of your machine learning comes, you need set of data. Nowadays, data is with different sources. Anybody can get the data. Can anyone of the things where the data exists? Where are the servers? Servers, maybe AWS, Amazon Web Server, Google do have cloud. Variety of things are there. They do have big cloud. Okay. Gmail do have the cloud. Google. What is the cloud name of Google? Drive. Huh? OneDrive you heard about the thing. Google Drive you heard about the thing. Amazon. So they kept the data. Variety of the data. But how to discover the knowledge out of the data? How to discover the future predictions from the data? So nowadays, see, various people do have variety of data, and nobody wants to leak their data. Yes or no? Okay. If I ask the data birth, people they are feeling elected. Data birth. What is your PIN of your ATM card, credit card or debit card PIN? How many you can tell? People are not saying because everybody needs the privacy. So nowadays, different people they do have different data with them, and they don't want to give the data, but they do have the data. When they are developing the mechanism, the model they are forming, then that model is suitable for them. Probably they might have used the machine learning language. They can use the text. So let me give a simple example. You know here, Vishal Megamart, they kept doing data in a particular format. As engineers know that there are having some database, they structure, they have defined a schema for the data structure, accordingly they store it. He too need to be generalized to, are they keeping on the same format? Because they are different. Different people, they are keeping different data in different formats. But when coming to a particular organization, when we are taking the data of that organization and we are forming a rule for that, it will be suitable for that. But when I will apply this model for some of the data, it may not be suitable. Let me give a simple example. I'm not pointing, I don't have any other intention over here. Rule and regulation for RIT educational institute. They do have rule and regulations. Yes. NIST also side by say education. They do have the rules and regulations. KIT venue, they do have rule and regulations. Here the rule and regulation will fit up this college. But can I adapt the same rule in KIT? Can I apply the KIT rule over here? It will violate. When I give the optimal result. Same thing happens in this case also. Nowadays, variety of data in variety of sources. How to study the things? Like for example, this small example. If I talk about knowledge discovery process, suppose you are maybe a owner of a particular mall, big bazaar. What sort of items you have to keep in your store so that the sale will be maximum? How do you know that things? When you analyze the data, you can say, okay, so and so items I have to keep more, and of course that vary from season to season. The item will vary from season to season, so accordingly you have to formulate the things. But the same mechanism may not suit for others. But how we have to formulate a common rule so that it will be suitable for each of them? That matters. Then if we talk about the medical data, different people they are taking the different images and different data, different organizations they are keeping their own data, and they don't want to share the data because of the privacy. So now question comes, we don't want to bring the data. Of course, if you bring the data also, you cannot have the mechanism to store. Already I show you that how much data is there generating every day. You go to the hospital, a lot of imaging memories, MRI, CT scan, CT, lot of data is there. So that you cannot store. So today's world, what they need is, they need a kind of, we talk the new term as the, of course not the new, 2001 it was introduced, it's a federated learning. Or in general we can call it a collaborative learning. The whole idea behind your collaborative learning is, without taking the data, how we have to carry out the model so that it will fit and suitable for all. Without bringing the example what I told. So here the whole idea is the privacy consent has to be maintained as it is. Okay, and the second one is the decentralized data processing would be there. You should not bring together in a common place, and the collaborative mechanism has to be adapted so that the knowledge could be discovered. Okay. Of course, heterogeneous, different people, they are keeping the data as per their requirement, their own style. We cannot force them that you have to do like this, you have to do like that. In this format you have to store it. We cannot force anybody. They are keeping, some are keeping imaging data, some are keeping maybe the demographic data in a textual format, maybe some are keeping in a CSV format. So different people that have different data. So how you have to discover knowledge from different sources, that is the biggest challenge. Okay. So to include these things, the federated learning is the best solution to provide the things. I will not take your data. You should not send your data also, and your privacy will be as it is. I don't want to take your data, but I can study your data. How it is possible? I am skipping a lot of things because I am directly going to the. I will directly go to the model how we have to form it. Next part. I will directly talk about the mechanism, the model, because of the time constraint. There is a lot of things to say, but that development, how the things are developed. Okay, so these things are just trying to see this one try to understand the model. Just this is the basic mechanism for you can understand. And if you have to study the things in next year future, this is the thing where most of the people are working. Now see this is a first case where we are assuming that two cases, simple cases. Generally in 3-4 slides I will talk about the things, what the basic mechanism is. Now you see, look at this is the user one. User to have a lot of data. User one to have a lot of data. Maybe for example even any kind of data. So they can apply the machine learning, deep learning, whatever the mechanisms they can adapt, and finally they will discover the model. And the model, they will create the model. They are not giving the data to others. Earlier what happens, if you want to analyze, you have to collect the data centrally. But here, collection is not required. Because of the privacy, security, we have to keep that. Yes, your data you can keep it. Only to bring your data to my center. Your data will be, so this data will be with the user one. And we instructed user just to develop a model. You train the model, you train your data, generate a model, test it, and whatever the thing. And finally, you have to send it to the server with the cloud over it. Similarly, the second one also, second user can do the same mechanism. They can train the model, different mechanisms are there, and they can send it to the, similarly, n number of users can be there. So, when they train this model, they are not sending the things, only the model update will send by a encryption mechanism. So that data is not sending, only the encrypted model has to be sent. Finally, once this will come from different sources, they will aggregate the things by applying different currency, different models are there. So I am not going to discuss these things. So then finally, they will send it back to the local. Okay? Let me talk about the things. Now this is the try to understand here. That is what I told, same thing 2-3 times I will repeat so that you can understand the things over here. See here the local user 1 may have a particular type of data. Local user 2 may have some other data. Local user 3, local 4, local 5, something like this. N number of local users are. They do have their own data. They are keeping their own data over here. Over the data, they will build a model. Model already explained. They will form some rules sort of things, so that knowledge is to be discovered, predictions. So finally they generated the local updates. The local update will send to the server. Similarly, from second case also local update will move. Third one, local update, all this will move. And at the server end, the model aggregation has to be done. And finally, the server model aggregation that they will send it again to the local server. Local again they will train. Again they will send. Likewise, 3 steps has to be carried out. And finally, now look at this. Now you give again, but each case we are analyzing like this. You have a data over here. You have the data. Local they have to train it. Local they have to train it and send it to the server. Similarly, this call is your upload the local model. Every local model has to be updated to the server, and server will make aggregation of all these things, combine all these things, make it a global model, and the global model will be downloaded by the local model again. Local model will be trained and send it. So every time what they are sending, it's a they are sending the models. Now see again, so every step what happens, the total process I will select over here. Maybe the user 1, user 2, user 3, and number of users are there. So here you see the step by step, there are 4 basic steps carried out over here. First one is, they will see from the data, they will organize it. And see the step 1, first they have to send the local model grades. For example, I can say, suppose you analyze the data, medical data. A particular group, they are observing, suppose they are printing the some parameter of their data related to the heart or maybe the cardio related issues. They are taking some parameters. Other hospital they are taking some other parameters. Heart hospital maybe some other parameters. The parameter of the first one and second one may not same. First one, third one may not same. So on that is they are taking individually, they are taking their gradients and then they have to send it to the central server. Step 2 is your central server will aggregate the local gradients. Then they will again after the global model aggregation, they will again that will be downloaded by the individuals. They will download the global model. Again they will change it. According to the global model they will change it. Then after that again they will update the local model. So this process has to be repeated 3-4 times. Then let me give a small example like if I take a small student's example. Maybe in your department you are keeping all your data. Maybe your roll number, maybe your name, roll number, attendance, total marks. That must they kept in department. Department is one. If you go to the exam section, they are keeping your roll number, registration number. Maybe the mark sheet, all other details. Maybe your migration produced or not, this, that, other thing. When you go to the established section, they kept your address, father's name, mother's name, date of birth, all other things. Now see, if we talk about these 3 scenarios, in every cases, it is not same. It is not same. So what happened actually, in case 1, all the fields are not same. Those data has to be taken from that field and that has to be sent. In second, they have some other data, those fields may be sent. Third cases, they have some other data that can be sent. And finally, what happens? Finally, when everything goes to the central, maybe the global model, they will take out, they will aggregate all these things and finally they will send. They made an aggregation of all these things. For example, they are taking all your columns and all your attributes and send it again. Then accordingly they will update. Again they will send. Again update, they will send. So every time what they are sending by some encrypted format. The data will not send, rather the model update will only send. And that is the way how they are maintaining the secrets. Your data cannot be transferred, data will be with them, only the encrypted form will go there. That is sometimes called your homomorphic encryptions they are using every step. Here they will collect the data, homomorphic encryption, then they will send the data, so that data will not be sent, only the encrypted form of the data. That is called your global update will only send. Okay, so this is a small, these are the steps only what I explained about the things. So these steps has to be carried out. So those who are having those who want to update some type of work related to it, they can come and discuss by providing my information and contact information with your teachers. So if you are interested in this area, you can work because in next generation, these are the things that is going to be right. Because everywhere you can say, everybody you have data. If you have a small amount of data also, you can also be treated as one of the local model. Your data can be important. Small organization, that their data is important. If you want to precisely, exactly if you want to measure the things, you can use control data. Probably because of that, next generation after your nowadays machine learning, deep learning, AI, all these things people are saying. Beyond that, things will be your federated learning, or you can call it collaborative learning, because nowadays data is huge. You cannot study all the data, but the model, the machine will learn the things so that everything has to be. If you are working in medical field also, not limited number of medicals, huge, countless medicals. If you are working in the business sector, countless business sectors are there. So, in variety of places, it is not possible for our cases to study each and every. That is the reason you have to develop a mechanism to study all these things and finally predict the correct insights from the data. That is the basic motto of your federated learning. So data will be as it is. Don't bring the data to a central pool. Data should be maintain the privacy and security. And data, the model has to be found with a light weight. These are the basic mechanisms that has to be adopted in federated learning. Okay, this is about my presentation, and if you have any query, you can ask me. Otherwise, we will find out the session. If anybody do have any query, you can ask me. Otherwise, you can give my mobile, or you can say your email ID snt.cs@udisa.edu.in. So if there is no question, then we will wind up the session over here.
Sir, good afternoon. It is not the thing that no question. It is a lot of informative and recent research work is there. Because you are running short of time because of some technical issues, and the university is there. And Madam is also able to register for the session. That's why maybe we are interpreting we are just finishing the session. I hope, I think this, whatever the sir told here, you can understand. What about the data previously we were having? So, structured query language, unstructured query language, semi-structured query language, that concept is over. Now, without accessing the data, without downloading or storing the data, how you can access it and understand is one of the very current research work. And it is a lot of imperative. Thank you, sir. We will be going for this presentation in this session. And please,
Thank you, everyone. Now I'm honored to introduce our second keynote speaker, Professor G. Jayasumar. She is a highly respected and distinguished figure in the education sector, currently serving as the registrar at JNTU Vijayanagaram. She boasts an impressive 18 years career. She is an innovator known for her remarkable ability to create and implement disruptive technology-enabled ecosystem solutions. She has collaborated with government, industry, professional bodies and educational institutions to address the unique challenges with a focus on enhancing students' outcome. Her expertise in data mining and machine learning has played a pivotal role in driving innovation, particularly in real-time systems, and empowering students to catalyst for positive societal changes. She is also a prolific researcher and frequently to speak at international conferences. Professor Jay Sharma, we are eager to hear your valuable insight. The stage is yours.
From YouTube or Snapshot, minute, yeah, sorry. CC cameras and all these things. When all these things are accompanied with the infrastructure, the physical infrastructure, when we are having, for example, this door itself, this room, when you are occupied, you will be having some other person who will be taking care of this, whatever the digital infrastructure or the infrastructure that is there in this particular room. So when we are accessing a lot of information or data from the systems, what I mean to say that from internet or from the public platform. You can say it's a public platform. So in this public platform, you are accessing a lot of information, a lot of data is being transferred from source to destination, from one place to another place, from one source to another source, from one mobile to another mobile, and from one thing to another thing. So there is a lot of sharing. Every day morning when we see our mobiles, we will be getting a lot of WhatsApp messages. We are getting a lot of posts in Facebook. We are getting a lot of posts in LinkedIn. We are getting a lot of things in Instagram. All these things, information, it is flooded with information or it is flooded with data. We are unable to differentiate what is important and what is not important. Even my child is also Even my child also, depending upon the age, we are not able to differentiate, give them a barrier or a firewall that this content is not supposed to be viewed by them and this is not important to them and this is important to us. So we are flooded with a lot of information. So in this scenario or in this digital age or in this digital world, how well can we protect our data? Because data is nothing but our wealth. Data is nothing but our wealth. If you lost your Aadhaar card, if you lost your passport, if you lost your some other driving license, all these things, all your information is leaked. Somewhere it is copied. Someone is taking a picture of it, sharing to some other person, sharing that it is becoming viral and it is moving from one place to another place and it is spreading. Okay? So in this aspect, the security is also very important. So everyone is very interested and passionate to use artificial intelligence, or they are passionate to use mobiles, smartphones, Apple laptops, or everything, whatever it may be. But they are not worried about the security issues that are supposed to be happening. So here in this session, so these are the topics that are supposed to be covered, but we will not worry about what are the topics that are there. But so can you help me to operate this device? It says you will next you can press it. Yes. So this is the very formal definition of artificial intelligence. Taking all of us know, because artificial intelligence nothing but it acts like a human intelligence and it will be having ability to do things without any explicit programming. So learning, adaptability, understanding, representing, all these things are in artificial intelligence. So we are talking that artificial intelligence, and similarly how to maintain cyber intelligence is also important. That topic I want to link up and give you the information. Next. So this is the artificial intelligence universe. This is the artificial intelligence universe. You are able to see that artificial intelligence, there are many topics, many domains that will be helping artificial intelligence to work, like natural language processing, recommended systems, speech recognition, computer vision, expert systems, and robotics, automated reasoning, fuzzy logic, planning and scheduling, knowledge representation, AI ethics, and other computing. So when you see the left side of artificial intelligence, that is very keen or inclined to traditional artificial intelligence. When it goes to the right side of the picture, it is very much inclined to the applied artificial intelligence. Applied numerics and categorical. When it comes to the deep learning, it works with images. So complex data sets will be integrated in deep learning to be able and get a solution. So here in the machine learning, you will be doing a lot of operations or a lot of techniques are involved or methodologies are involved. So mainly machine learning is divided or subgrouped or categorized into 4 different types. That is, one is supervised learning, another one is unsupervised learning, the third one is semi-supervised learning, and the fourth one is reinforcement learning. So supervised learning, the name itself says that it is a supervised learning. That means someone is guiding them, supervising them. So if you are doing some research or if you are doing some project, someone will ask you, who is your supervisor? You are identified by the supervisor. When you do the research work or PhD work, most of the students they are recognized by their supervisor. The quality of the research work will be assessed, like 10% or 20% of assessment will be depending upon the supervisor. That means who is guiding them. So similar way here in the machine learning also, you have a supervised learning, and this supervised learning will be data is accompanied with the examples with class labels. Class labels. That means if you say that if you want to do classification, in supervised learning there are 2 types. One is regression and another is classification. How can you say that this problem belongs to regression, or you can solve this problem using regression techniques or regression algorithms? How can you say that this problem can be solved by using classification algorithms? If your class label is having a categorical data, the class label is having categorical data, then you can say it is a classification problem. You can solve it. That means, for example, whether the patient is suffering with fever or not. Fever or not. That is, you are saying yes or no. That means it is a categorical. So, what is your findings? Your finding is whether the patient is having fever or not. That is finding. Whether the fan is on or off. That is category on and off. Whether the symptoms are positive or negative. That is here the categorical. If I say that, what is the temperature today? What is the temperature today? Is, you can say 26 degrees or 30 degrees or 40 degrees. That means the class label is numeric. The class label is numeric. Then we can solve that particular problem with regression techniques. So whenever you want to make many of that non-computing students or non-computing professionals, they are using the word artificial intelligence and machine learning and everything, but they don't know the concept related to those things. Here, whenever you have many algorithms, you don't know how to pick an algorithm to solve some problems. You have to see that what is the outcome of that problem or what is the output of that particular problem. If it is numeric, you can apply the regression techniques. If it is categorical, you can apply the as classification technique. So here, whether the patient is having cancerous or not, whether the mushroom is poisonous or not, okay, whether your student, whether tomorrow will be the holiday or not, yes or no, okay, is it raining, yes or no, classification problem. How much rain tomorrow rains? That is, what is that? Numeric. Okay? What is the price of the land? What is the price of the TV? That is numeric. So you can use regression. So here in regression, when we go to the literature, I have found that there are 187 regression techniques. 187 different types of regression techniques are available. So when we solve some problem, make the group depending upon the data points. You have to measure the similarities between the data points. If the distance is very low, it belongs to one group. If the distance is very far, then it belongs to another group. That is clustering. And another is association analysis or association group mining. That is market basket analysis. Market basket analysis. That means you will try to find out the association. That means if someone applied for a loan, what is his credit history? What is his credit history? That means previously, what is his history? Whether he has paid the loan or what is his income, where he lives, from how many years he is staying in that particular area. All this data is being collected. Okay? So here analysis, when you go to the shopping mall or when you go to the electronic store, what are the items you are purchased together? What are the transactions you are making together? That means if you purchase a computer system, what is the tendency of purchasing the mouse, or what is the tendency of purchasing a printer? What is the tendency of purchasing other items? If you purchase a bread, there are chances to purchase only single bread. You cannot take it. Bread, you cannot take it. Along with bread, you can take it with milk or a jam or a cheese or a butter or some other thing. So when the customer goes to an electronic shop or any shop, what are the items that are purchased together? That is nothing but association. That can be done in unsupervised learning. Another thing is dimensionality reduction, the previous one. Dimensionality reduction. What is meant by dimensionality reduction? When you are sending some message, if you are sending an image which is not compatible for sending through email, then you will be sending through Google Drive. You will be sending through Google Drive. So in that cases, what you have to do, you have to reduce the size. Compression techniques need to be applied. What are different types of compression techniques? You have principal component analysis, layer transformation, many more compression techniques are available. In deep learning, you have another technique which is known as autoencoders. Autoencoders. So these are the things that comes under the unsupervised. Coming to the semi-supervised learning. What is semi-supervised learning? If your data contains both class labels and without class labels, then it can be considered as semi-supervised. If you are trying to identify a person from a webcam, it is a semi-supervised learning application. Semi-supervised learning application. It contains both labels as well as unlabeled learning. When it comes to reinforcement learning, what is reinforcement learning? Interactive. It is also called as active learning. It is also called as active learning. So in this, you have two different types, model-based and model-free-based algorithms. You have to pick up what type of problem statement you have. So these are the four different types of machine learning categories that are embedded over there. And coming to the neural networks. Before going to the deep learning, you have a neural networks. Sometimes you can call them as artificial neural networks. So what are neural networks? You have different types of neural networks here. If it is a single layer neural network, you will call it perceptron. If it is more than one layer, you can call as ML, that is multi-layer perceptron. Back propagation we have. And here in the convolution neural networks, if the neural networks is having only one middle layer and one input layer and output layer, then it is a simple neural network. If you are having beyond more than two, then you can call it as a deep learning or convolution neural network. Beyond middle layers are there. So they are, whatever the inputs you are giving to the neural network, if they are accompanied with some weights based on the priority, then it is called as active functions. Then it is called as active functions. You have many activation functions that can be used in your work based on your problem statement, based on your application. You have to select the activation function. You can go for the softmax or sigmoid activation function or other activation, and you will be embedded to the optimizers your concepts or your basic concepts or basic subjects, you can embed and do some interdisciplinary research or interdisciplinary real world application. So these are the things that we can say that artificial intelligence universe, you can call it as universe, and you can also go for the next slide. So these are the definitions of artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning and transfer learning. Next. Here this is the difference between machine learning and deep learning. So what you can see some differences depending upon the performance, depending upon the hardware, depending upon what problem we can solve. All this stuff are created here. Even for testing also, which system takes input and what type of specifications are supposed to be there and what type of data you are supposed to give given to the machine learning problem and what type of algorithms are there for machine learning, what type of algorithms are there for deep learning. You can express in this slide and you can get the information. Next. Next. See, this is the importance of the data. So here we can say that data is a fuel for artificial intelligence. Can you run a system or a vehicle without fuel? Even though you have a good road, highway, even though you have a nice vehicle, even though you have a nice driver, nice seven-seater car or a five-seater car, or everything if you don't have fuel, you cannot run it. So we have talked about the algorithms, we have talked about techniques and all. So what is the fuel for the artificial intelligence mission is data. So how data is supposed to be presented in the mission? How data is supposed to be presented to the mission? Or mission means nothing but the computer. Mission is nothing but the computer. How you have to, whether you want to work with the data of time series, tabular data, text data, or image data. If it is a traditional computation you are doing, you can have the time series data or tabular data. If you want to go much more a step ahead, you have to go for the natural language processing and computer vision, where the data can be in different modes. Multimedia data can be included, audio data, video data, images, and all this can be included in the same platform. Even though it is unstructured, even though it is a complex data, you can input it and generate. And for that, you need to have a good system with good RAM size and computation capacity, so that you can get that. So traditional machine learning can work on CPUs, but when it comes to the deep learning, if you want to have an effective in a stipulated time period duration, then you have to work with GPU. Okay, this is the meaning of this slide. Next. Here the extracting meaningful insights from data. That means you say that data is available everywhere, but whatever the data that is there, is everything data is useful for us? Is that everything data that is we got, we are getting in WhatsApp or any social media or anything is interesting? Is it prioritized data? No. But whenever you want to solve a real-time problem or an industry problem or any problem, scientific problem, you have to generate the data. Right data. From where you can generate the data? Where you can get the data? What type of data can it? What is the data type of it? Where you can store it? In what form you can store it? What is the structure of it? What algorithm can fit into the data? All these things you have to see them. Simply cannot say that I can predict this, or I am predicting a model, or I am developing a model, or I am building a model. So here the sensors, by using some sensors you can acquire the data. You can acquire the data, and you can store that whatever the raw data you have picked from the sensors into the database systems or network clusters or hard drives or any other systems in order to do some inputting or in order to do some outputting. And you have to choose the computing platform. If you are working with machine learning, you can use agentic system for it. And you have to apply a predictive model, whether it can be a regression model or a classification model or visualization. So if you have taken the data and if you want to visualize it, that is nothing but data visualization. By using data analytics, you have many tools or packages that are available now. Power BI, Tableau, or you can also use the Excel also in order to visualize the data, whether it is in a maps or a tabular form or in a bar chart or a histogram or whatever it may be. So the end user or the application user should be comfortable or know what application you want to post to. That is the what you call as the visualization. And here the output is supposed to be the domain models. What you want to make, whether it is the newspaper or your documents. What you want to say. Next. So this is the whole machine learning or different categories of machine learning. What are the algorithms that are there for machine learning? What are categorical variables, where you can pick up the numerical variable, where you can pick up the categorical variable, and everything is articulated here in this slide. Okay, whatever I have talked about the machine learning, that is articulated here. Next slide. So this is the supervised learning. What we have done. If there are here the input is apples, and you need to whenever one apple is given, test set is given, it is supposed to say that it is an apple. That is a supervised learning. When it comes to the down part of the slide, here we have given the oranges and apples also. We have given oranges and apples also. In the clustering, what we have to do, we have to look whether what are the apples and what are the oranges. So this is the thing that is giving the interface between the input and output is nothing but a model. So model, from where you can pick the model, you have to pick the model by using machine learning algorithms or deep learning algorithms. Okay, so that model. Next. So this is the characteristics of the what you call apple, how it looks, what are the attributes. Sometimes you can call it as attribute or features or all of this. How the system is able to know that, how artificial intelligence is able to predict that when you give an apple as an input, this is an apple, because it is able to, we are giving all the whatever parameters or the attributes to it and stating that this is an apple. Small, red, round shape is apple. Big, yellow, oval shape is papaya. Like this it is classified. Therefore it is known as classification. Next. This is the supervised learning. The training samples can be always when you are doing machine learning, whatever the samples that are there or whatever the training data set you have, that data set, 2/3 of data set is considered for the training and 1/3 of data set is considered for the testing. So you have, if you have some benchmark data sets, now the data sets are available in the Google, in GitHub or Kaggle or machine learning tools, wherever you can find the data set. Even if you are doing a real-time application, you can use some IoT devices or sensors in order to capture the data and give it to the machine learning model. Okay? And here the future vector says that here you can do some dimensional techniques can be applied. If you want to include all the features, if you include all the features, the output or the quality of the output will be maybe changed. Therefore, only relevant features can be extracted and given to the system. Okay? So here you have the labels because it is a supervised learning. When you go for the next slide, you will not have labels, but it will become a concept. So here in the down part, it says that if you want to find out the new one, whether the student will get placements or not. Whether the student will get placements or not. So if you want to find out the previous data, you will be able to get the whether you will get the placement, whether we will pass or not, whether we will be posted or not. All this information, this type of application can be done. So here in unsupervised learning, you will not have the what you call labels. Okay? Next. So these are the learning techniques. Next. Supervised learning. Next. So this all we have talked. Next. Next. So or 3-star company, we should note it that whether that has non-voiceless machine. That means the machine can be independent. Okay. So here you have developed a machine learning algorithm, and the machine learning algorithm states that a poisonous mushroom, if you give some mushrooms to the model, it is supposed its duty is to state that this is poisonous or not. If the content or the whatever the model you have developed, if you are not very much accurate about that model, if the model is failing in some sense, if whatever the input you have given, that means poisonous mushroom can be given as an output as non-poisonous mushroom. Poisonous mushroom can be given as non-poisonous mushroom. That means here the failure of the machine learning model or AI system, whatever the model you have done, or vice versa. That is, non-poisonous mushroom can be stated as poisonous mushroom. So what is the risk? In both the cases, the first case, the poisonous mushroom is classified as non-poisonous and the vendor has taken it and prepared a dish. And it has affected the people who has consumed it. Okay? So what is the risk in it? Life risk is there. By wrong prediction. In vice versa, if the mushroom is non-poisonous and it is classified as poisonous, then only the budget is wasted. No harm, but the budget is wasted. Financially, it is waste of spending money. See this application, extra application. I'm talking about you have developed a machine learning model or artificial system. It is required to classify whether patient is suffering with cancer or not. Here the system has given output for the patient who is not suffering with cancer. It is stating that he is having the cancer. Then what the doctor will do? He will put him into the medication. This is the first chance. Next one, the patient is having cancer, but the model has predicted that is not having cancer. And then doctor says that you are not having cancer, then go. So, in the two cases, risk is equally important because the patient who is not having disease is put under medication. The patient who is having the disease is not put under medication. The both cases, the patient is suffering. There is a risk. So where is the fault? Fault is in the developing the machine learning application or the model. Another example I want to say. Here the pilot gets in the error drum. Pilot gets a message that signal that error drum is not suitable for flight landing at that moment due to the weather conditions. Even though the weather conditions are safe at this particular airport or aerodrome, but machine learning model says that it is not compatible or not suitable for landing. So the flight has to go and the flight need to have the fuel because it is going extra. That is one thing. And if the flight, the pilot gets the information, captain gets the information that signal that even though the aerodrome is not prepared or suitable for flight landing, he gets a message that it is ready for flight landing. There also the risk is there. In two cases, the risk is there. In two cases, vice versa, the risk is there. So how much careful we have to be the data in order to build a model? How much careful we need to have the data in order to build a model? So these are the problems that we are facing, where you have to capture a good amount of quality data in order to build a model, and you need to pick up a good quality algorithm in order to build it. The first case, model. For what application? What is the data you are taking? Where you will implement the model? And what is the situation that one when it comes to the execution part? So we cannot say that we have an artificial intelligence, that we have a knowledge of it. We have a system, we have a technology system, we have an algorithm. We cannot say that and we cannot build a model, but we have to see that the security issue, whether that model what we have built is ready to use with a good percentage of accuracy or not. What is the success rate of this model? We have to see that success rate of that model. So by experience, you can build a model. Directly when you want to diagnose some disease or you have some problem, health problem, you want to go to doctor. So when you have a doctor, there are two types of doctors are there. Expert will be there and a fresher will be there. No one will dare to visit a fresher doctor even though your disease or your problem is very simple problem. Because experience adds to the system to be given more accurate predictability. Okay? Similar way in machine learning or deep learning or artificial intelligence, when you are using it, you have to give the experience to it. With experience, you need to build a model so that it cannot be a threat to others who are using the end users. Okay? That is the message we want to give while you are selecting a massive data set, when you are selecting a machine learning model, when you are selecting a data set or a problem statement, what you want to, you have to see that accuracy, you have to run how many times that the accuracy is reflecting, and that accuracy should be the benchmark of that model in order to train it. Okay? That is the next. So detecting malwares in encrypted data. So always most of the people are saying that it is a secure data because it is encrypted. So when you are encrypting data, in encryption also you can introduce the malware. In encryption also, the uses that we have encrypted image and sending from source to destination. So here when you are encrypting it, in encryption also they can introduce the malware. Next. So finding threats on network. That means when you say that here you from source to destination. From source, when you bring some data from the source to the destination also, even at the source point, endpoints also, you can give the what's called threat can be there. There should be some security even in a single point. For example, image. You can image, that means you have an ATM card. You will give your password to someone from your family. So like that will be passed to others. And you can lose the security, privacy of that password. So similar way you say that you are encrypting the data, but at that point, the endpoint, the source point also, they can be some cyber and endpoint also some cyber. And you can discover some critical incidences. Taking into the consideration of the critical incidents, you can also go for the security issues and develop some security algorithm in order to protect the next. So people say when browsing. Machine learning can also predict bad neighbors. Machine learning can also predict bad neighbors. So what is bad neighbors, good neighbors? Bad neighbors, good neighbors. That means whenever you are using your websites or something else, or someone else, they can also convert it into bad things. They can also convert into bad things. So these are some of the issues, attacks that can be included in the infrastructure of the digital platform. Not the physical platform, digital platform. Infrastructure of the digital platform. Whatever the infrastructure you are using in the digital platform, that can be inserted into those. identifies the malicious files and active based on attributes behavior known as malware. And you have to see that whether these, whatever the data points that are records you are giving, whether they are affected or that cautiousness also will have to take care. Next. So these are the types of malwares. We are talking that malwares can be encrypted in image. So how many types of malwares are there? These are different types of malwares that can be used. And here, virus. So it infects the program when it runs. What it does when it runs, that means when you are executing the program, it will be infected. Bomb. Spread towards the network. It spreads into the network. Spyware, adware, bottlenecks, ransomware, Trojan horse. All these are different types of things that can be attacked without your notice. We cannot say that they are with us in the digital infrastructure. With the digital infrastructure. Next. So common cyber threats that launch in 2025. So AI-powered phishing attacks, supply chain attacks, cloud misconfiguration, insider threats, IoT vulnerabilities, and all these things can be, they are the cyber threats that are used. So you need to have some cyber intelligence in order to identify what type of threats that your data can be and how cautious you should be when you are using the data from the common platform. Acquiring data from the common platforms. Next. So some way of securing the data is keeping passwords. Even in some government sites or some other sites, whenever they enroll for those things, when they are giving the login credentials, they are not accepting the passwords for it. It is saying that it's a weak password. It is giving an indication that it is a weak password, and it is asking us to give a strong password. So whenever you create a strong password, what are the things that are being should be avoided? What personal information should not be included in it? That are the rules that we have to follow in order to protect ourselves, not only ourselves, our data. That is because the previous speaker has said that 1 hour if we are having without mobile phone, we are not digital media. That means you are not attached with the digital media. You are collapsing your everything. You feel that everything has been lost. So every moment or every minute we are interacting with the digital media or digital platform. So we need to be very cautious whenever. So we have to follow some things. So that therefore it is required that we should all have the cyber intelligence before you work with the systems or with the digital media. You are giving to your kids all the infrastructure you are having, whether it is a laptop or mobile phone or anything, internet or anything. But they are not able to have the intelligence of cyber intelligence. So we should also give motivation, and first we need to learn, then give. So most of the parents, when after the COVID, during the COVID, all the kids are accompanied with the digital devices or what you call devices. This is laptops, gadgets. But you need to fix the parenting control also. You have to make use of the parenting control to the devices to check what is going on. So we are able to hear from the media or newspaper and all the things. Most of the parents are able to say that, most of the public is able inside the cloud, that is called as cloud security. Cloud security. So most of the people are using cloud computing in order to share the platform, in order to share the infrastructure, in order to share the software and all these things. In the cloud computing, if you study, there are 4 things can be as a service. Cloud is providing as a service. Sharing of infrastructure, sharing of platform, sharing of resources, sharing of softwares, all this thing. But you should also know about the cloud computing, login activities, detecting the location-based anomalies, also conducting IP reputation analysis to identify threats and risks in the cloud apps and different cloud platforms. So all this knowledge should be embedded to us before you use the concepts. Okay, next. Now coming to what is security. How can we introduce the security to the system? Is that I think I'm completed with the stipulated time period, 45 minutes completed. Can I stop? Okay. So next, I want to show you some block diagrams so that others can understand easily. Next. So this was model for network security. We are going to talk about cloud security. Network security also. We are connecting with the internet. We are connecting a lot of systems. We are connecting with the mobile to the laptop. We are connecting the mobile to the internet and all these things. What are the security issues we need to follow when we are using something like LAN or this is at the trusted third party? We have to take that into consideration and we have to give some source to destination, whatever the message comes to destination. Even when we go for the airports, in there they will give a free internet service. So when you give the free internet service after 2 years or 2 months, you will get a call that whatever the IP address you are using or mobile number you are using, you will get a call from them stating that some other reason. But we will be able to know that how they are able to know our mobile number, because you have used their what you call a public hotspot in airports. They will be capturing all your details, account numbers, or secret information that is there in your notepad of your mobile. They will be capturing all this. Even in the hotels also, you will get a free hotspot or a Wi-Fi. You think that because it is free, you will be easily connecting your mobiles and laptop to you. But some of the attackers, what they will do is they will capture your information that is there in your mobile or laptop, and they will be using that information whenever they require. Okay? So this is the network security. Next. A good picture is there. So this is the cyber threat taxonomy. So this is the cyber threat taxonomy. In what different bases you can get the threats, and what are the different security issues, what are different ways of cyber attacks you can get it while you are using your digital, what you call digital platforms, what is in the digital world. So these are the different types of threats. Okay. Information gathering, when you are gathering from the social media also, you
Very good afternoon, you all. The Honorable Chief Guest of this validated function, Ncact 2K24, Professor Dr. D.C. Rao, CUPJS, Viju Patnaik, University of Technology. The Honorable Guest of Honor for this validated function, Professor Dr. G. Jayasuma Madam from JNTU Vijayanagaram, the esteemed chairperson of our institution, Mrs. Janaki Madam, the esteemed director of this ROLAND Group of Institute, Dr. J. Smriti Madam, the esteemed director, Dr. Sunil Kumar Kota sir, the director of the Group of Institute ROLAND. Also, the convener, Professor Sunil Kumar Sahu, the co-convener, the organizing committee members, and also the chairperson, also our conference chair, Professor Dr. Sanat Kumar Patra sir, all the dignitaries present here from various institutes across the state, and all these delegates, the students, press and media. Very good afternoon, you all, and once again, I welcome you to this validated function. I am Dr. Gunamani Jana, the principal of this institution, on behalf of our management, on behalf of our administration, and on behalf of this academic, also this organizing committee. I welcome you all once again. Dear delegates and other friends, as you know, for the last 2 days, the conference was here, and the day one, whatever we observed under this auspicious occasion, our Vice Chancellor of Viju Patnaik University of Technology, Professor Dr. Amiya Kumar Rath sir, who not only attended and given time, the way he addressed the audience here, it was heart-touching. He not only focused on this conference, he has given a glimpses of all the things from grassroots level to top level in the university, and what the university accepts, and what the constituent college and our affiliated colleges can contribute for the overall development of this nation and the state. Then followed by, there were a couple of sessions, keynote speakers were there. The guest of honor, Dr. Siddhartha Kumar Panda from BSSMT Burla, he delivered a very excellent lecture on the various type of automation, and it was really, every word he spoke here, it was a research content. And the way the interaction took place here and the delegates present were, so he was able to motivate most of the researchers, and he was ready to guide some people. So we are really thankful to him. Then the same day, in the afternoon session, we had both a session on this keynote address by Dr. Srinivas Sethi from IJT Saran. And whatever he delivered was on excellent platform related to this one. And he not only delivered the lectures, he was inviting suggestions, he was inviting comments, because he told that I am still working on this project and I have not come here only to make a broadcasting system of delivering. I want your suggestion and input. The people have really enjoyed the session with a gathering of more than 250 yesterday. Then in the morning session today, whatever we observed, Professor Manas Ranjan Patra, the retired professor and head of Computer Science Department, Barampur University, the session he delivered really on generative AI and also what he was delivering, that is the current research area. I think he delivered for 50 minutes, but interaction was 20 minutes. There are several questions from this audience and really he enjoyed the system, the seminar. It was really an excellent platform for the young researchers, for all of us. Even if I have a faculty here in the teaching profession for last 25 minutes, I never missed a single minute of that session. And the last session we have seen Professor S.N. Tripathi sir, who also delivered a nice session. I really enjoyed. These professors, they teach less and they extract more things from the students and audience. That should be the quality of a good teacher. Instead of dumping everything to the student mind, so they should do. There should be student-centric. What the student understand is important. What we deliver, that is not at all important. Those days are gone. And the last session, my colleague and friend, Professor Dr. G. Jayasuma, I know the JND people hardly they find time for this affiliated college, but after a gap of 24 years around, when I called her, she was listening where are you sir and all things. That is secondary. I do not know you have to come and you have to deliver a lecture here. So without checking the schedule, she told that, sir, I am available that day. What is my schedule? I am cancelling. Yes, madam, thank you. So you don't think that it is your entry to Orissa. No, you think interpret in a different way. I think now we have access to JNTU, it is the different universities, and we want our students, we want our researchers and also students also they will be benefited out of your knowledge and expertise. And before I thank all the delegates and audience, I will remind you one thing. In this war of Mahabharata, we have seen at the end of the war, so everybody is telling, I have done this one, I have done that one. So many people, Bhima was telling that this is 52, Bhar means 52 into 25. This much of weight of Gada was there and I killed so many people. Then Lord Krishna told one thing, why we quarrel? We'll go and ask, one head is there, he will tell who actually killed, who did all the things. Now he could have guessed who was that character and what he replied. Sir, the entire thing, the entire credit we are giving to Professor Dr. D.C. Rao sir. Without his effort, this function would have not been possible. Sir, on behalf of management, on behalf of the administration, and on behalf of all faculty and students of ROLAND Institute of Technology and delegates, we are thankful to you from our bottom of our heart. Now, I cannot do discrimination with our delegates and the authors. We got 50 papers, 50 plus papers, because after 18, whatever the paper came, we are unable to include. Because as you know, there is some restriction of preparing proceedings, preparing so many activities, and we are able to take only 30 number of papers. After thorough scrutiny, we have taken 30 number of papers because it is a 2-day event, as you know. The first day, half of the session will be there, the inauguration and all things, and it was a grand opening. You have seen the live streaming, you have seen the media and the newspaper also. But the remaining 2 or 3 sessions and also one session, we continued the hybrid mode. I think the session is just over 5 minutes before it is over. But 6 number of people presented and excellent presentation from JNU, Vijayanagaram, one paper came, and Hyderabad also one paper came. It is a purely innovative idea he has given. Then from IIT Kharagpur, one scholar also has given a paper. It is a nice paper there. And IGIT Sarang, one of the government autonomous colleges of Orissa, 2 papers were presented. One of the paper was by Dr. Srinivas Setty, because his scholar got some problem. That's why he told that I am going to present that one. I told he already given delivered keynote speaker, but he was interested, he delivered. In addition to that, in the last 2 days, more than 20 papers are presented in the different sessions, authored by the various people, the various professors across the different universities. We are thankful to Dr. Srinivas Setty sir, he chaired a session. We are thankful to Professor Manas Ranjan Patra sir. We are thankful to Professor S.N. Tripathi sir. And today also we are honored that we are having Professor Dr. G. Suma, Jai Suma, and also our Professor Dr. D. Sirao sir. In addition to this, my special thanks to all the authors and delegates who contributed paper for these things and for their interest in this conference. Sir, I understand what is the scenario, because the university people are there, university exam is there. Today, more than 500 people are writing exam today, the entire morning session. And the same thing is also applicable to all the engineering colleges under BQT. I can understand how tight and how, what is the scenario over there. In spite of that, the authors contributed paper. We are thankful to you. We are thankful to the management. We are thankful to the entire people who helped us sending this much of paper to us. I want to tell few words here. It is not a vote thanking ceremony. I have to give vote, but if I am unable to acknowledge here on this platform, I will feel guilty. That's what I'm telling. There is a team of people who work day and night. So I cannot oversee. Mr. Pritam Kumar Panda is there or not, I do not know. I think yes, he is there. Sir, for the last 4 or 5 days, which instrumental just like robot, receiving people, putting them in the proper place, in time. Not only that, that anybody can do. Reporting, sir, this is the status, that is the status. Hats off to you, sir. And the man who worked day and night here, I don't know, he told me in the behind, Professor Rakesh Ranjan Polai, I don't see him there. I will give him somewhere. Sir, hats off to you for our teamwork. And Professor Sanat Kumar Patra sir, Dr. Sanjit Kumar Ajay sir, and the entire team of the members, they did hard work day and night. And whatever the certificate is going to be distributed today, that is generated using this latex software, which is automatically generated, thanks to Professor Manikchan Patnaik and his team. In addition to this, to encourage this type of activities, small sponsorship were there from some people. So this is not the platform to read out here, but we are also thankful to the small sponsors who encouraged, let it be a very small amount. They recognized the technical activity in the institution and they were instrumental sponsoring some part of that one. Of course, 100% of things is sponsored by our management, and my sincere thanks on behalf of the entire college to Madam Mrs. Then I thank you all, especially the press and media, for their coverage, and each and everybody. I cannot chant all their name, I cannot speak all their name, but I speak their name, don't speak their name, who are there here, not there, who helped us directly, indirectly. We are thankful to you all. So this occasion, it is just like a marriage ceremony where the bride and bridegroom, at the end of the day, the father of this daughter now with folded hand begs apology. If any mistake with us, please do bear with us and give us good feedback so that in the next event we will try to rectify and do the needful. With this, I thank you all. I thank the entire team. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call upon our esteemed management body member, Dr. Sunil Kotas. He is renowned and entomologist, having 97 peer-reviewed publication, 85 conference abstract, and 25 book chapters to his credit. He has more than 200 national and 15 international guest lectures with 8 international scientific travel grants, including the ones from Department of Science and Technology, Indian Council of Medical Research, Government of India. He is the recipient of National Award Best Innovation in Diabetes Care during challenging time of COVID-19 from Research Society for Study of Diabetes in India in 2020, and received first COVID vaccine in the state of Odisha in recognition of his selfless service to people in district during the COVID time by Government of Odisha. Sir, I would like you to say your story, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for these very kind words. Respected D. Chandrasekhar Rao sir, who has traveled a lot of distance to actually attend this program, and he has been the backbone for today's program. This would not be an overstatement if I want to say this. Secondly, Dr. Jaya ma'am, thank you so much, ma'am, for taking your time and visiting us. Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and academic luminaries. So yesterday, as you all know, Amir sir was really appreciating the reference to 3 idiots. Again, I would take one quote today as well. So the purpose of any meet is to improvise, and secondly, what kind of peer interaction that you develop. So first of all, about improvisation. If you want to catch a butterfly, you would not be able to catch it. If you chase it, you would not be able to catch it rather. Instead, if you build a good garden, the same butterflies will hover around you. So it is stated that try to improvise yourself so that everything that you want would come to you. You get based on what you try to do instead of what you try to get. So again, if I refer to the 3 idiots, Rancho has already told us, किसके पीछे भागो? Success के पीछे मत भागो, excellence के पीछे भागो. So I definitely believe this has been a wonderful platform for all of us to improvise. Though I'm not an engineer, I'm a doctor, but still I can see the enthusiasm. Just now I was sharing with Chandrasekhar Rao sir, the kind of enthusiasm the visit of Honorable VC sir and Chandrasekhar Rao sir has infused into the minds of all the faculty members and the students is just phenomenal. And we can see what has it translated into over the last 2 days. Secondly, about peer interaction. Again, few days back, I was watching one small social media video by Gaur Gopal Das. Some of you might be seeing in both social media. He said, a drop of rainwater, if it falls on dirt, it converts into mud. If it falls on a leaf, it gives rise to dazzling appearance. But if it falls in an oyster, it converts into a pearl. So the company always matters, and the wonderful company that you had over the last 2 days among some of the brightest minds in the field of science and research has been amazing, thanks to the gigantic efforts which has been put forward by the team led by Professor Gunamani Jena sir, and the number of people whom I can see is really applaudable. It is stated if you are among 5 intelligent people, you will be the 6th genius. If you are among 5 confident people, you would start out as the 6th person. If you are among 5 millionaires, you will be the 6th on the Forbes list. So thanks to the company that we have been provided, you all have been provided, thanks to the team who have worked diligently to make this happen. Lastly, as we all understand, every good things they do come to an end. But what is important is to note down what we all have done to achieve this, and at the same time the lacunae that we also had during the conduct of this event, so that the good will definitely turn into better next time. So wish you all the best. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiration word. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. J. Shruti, a gold medalist in B Pharma from Barambar University and M Pharma from Vijayapatnam University and Technology, currently serving as the director of ROLAND Group of Institutes. She has awarded Inspired Fellowship from Department of Science and Technology to pursue full-time PhD sponsored by Government of India under Barambar University. She has teaching experience of more than 15 years. Barambar University awarded the Vaidya Mahanti Memorial Gold Medal Prize for securing highest mark in B Pharma examination. Also received the prestigious Emil Khurana Memorial Award for outstanding research by Indian Pharmaceutical Association. Her allegiance towards education widely recognized and respected. Ma'am, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Most respected chief guest of today's valedictory function, Dr. D. Chandrasekhar Rao sir, professor from Computer Science Department, Vijayapatnam University of Technology. Guest of honor for today's afternoon, Dr. Jayasuma Madam, Registrar from JNTU Vijayanagaram branch, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, my dear faculty members, delegates, a very good afternoon to one and all. There's a saying, every chapter comes to an end. That leads to a new beginning of life. That's the universal truth of life. Everything comes in cycles, they say. So it was a great and an incredible journey for the past 2 days. From this journey, we can conclude few takeaway points. It was all with mixed reactions, you can say. Yesterday it was anxiety followed by excitement, and today we'll be ending up with an anticipation what the future is getting for us. That's the new hope for us. And they say that with everything what we learn or what we come up, we learn from our mistakes. Just now, sir, my predecessor told that let us improvise on our things and learn from our mistakes. Let those be the stepping stones for the next milestones what we do. So the future is going to unfold something new for us. So the onward journey will be definitely with greater possibilities, opportunities, and as well as many challenges will be there for us. For the last few days or more than a month, we can say everyone from the team RAT were on the toes. That enthusiasm, that motivation, that the sense of oneness was there from right from pillar to post. Let us continue to have that greater spirit of enthusiasm to drive ROLAND Institute of Technology to greater heights. That was the purpose of having this conference for these 2 days. See, what we take from this, we had greater interaction, we might have exchanged some thoughts, some ideas, some perspectives and opinions. Let us take that on board and materialize, because we say the survival is going to fit in the future. So we all need to be globally competent. That's the take-home message what yesterday even our chief guest had said to all of us yesterday. The fittest is going to survive. For that you need to have a competence. Just our engineering degree is not that is going to work out. Beyond and above just a degree, it's need of the hour to get yourself exposed to such type of forums. Learn, and that should be the spirit which has to continue. So may we rise, may we shine, may we grow and glow with the mentorship, guidance of our well-wishers, of our guests, of our dignitaries, of our faculty members, of our stakeholders. Let us take this collective spirit of taking the flag of ROLAND Institute of May all of us be blessed with that strength and power to move on. So last but not the least, I would like to thank our chief guest who was the instrumental for us to see such a day in the history of ROLAND Institute of Technology. Never we could see a vice chancellor visiting our institute. Wasn't that a beautiful or the milestone in our history? Yes, it was. So thank you, sir. You could make our path a little bit rosy and beautiful, and this we are going to cherish it forever. Thank you. At the last, would like to thank the organizing team who had worked day in, day out to turning out this dream into reality. Like, I got to know that couple of days back, Jinnah sir, the organizing secretary, Polai sir, the team, Sanat Patra sir, Sanjit sir, they have never slept for the last few nights. They were all on WhatsApp and calls. That is what was their commitment for this to happen. Probably this is the beginning and way to go for all of us as a team. Thank you once again. Good day.
Thank you. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Madam Judge Alexi, the chairperson of ROLAND Group of Institutions. She is an esteemed entrepreneur with over 3 decades of experience in managing educational institutes. As a founder member of ROLAND Educational Charitable Trust, Barampur, she has been recognized as an outstanding woman entrepreneur by the Odisha State Financial Corporation. She has also received prestigious awards, including a medallion from Rotary International. Her visionary approach blends technical education with a human touch, inspiration student, success and holistic development. Ma'am, nice is yours, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Most respected Chief Guest on this occasion, Professor D. Chandrasekhar Rao Garu, Ms. Sir, D. Chandrasekhar Rao Sir, Professor Computer Science Department, and today's Chief Guest, of course. And also, I'm equally glad to see another guest of honor, Professor Jaya Suma, the Registered JNTU Vijayanagaram, other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and my dear delegate friends, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press and electronic media, if any. Once again, good afternoon to all of you. So already most of the speakers have completed their talk, but I don't have anything to speak before you. Only one word is left for me to say thank you all, sir. Professor D.C. Rahu is the backbone and also the instrumental for today's great event. Year 2025 is the best year for me, and we have seen such a national conference in this institute in January month itself. Next 11 months are there, you will see wonders, definitely. So this is just a beginning of 2025. You know, I trust and believe that a good planning leads to better execution. Better execution definitely leads to the best results. And today's results, all of you have seen, experienced last couple of days, and how much you are all happy by seeing your faces only I could guess. See, usually during the inaugural session, everyone's face will be bright and eager to know what of advanced computing techniques. Spelling, of course, I knew, but I do not know. But I hope, because with the presence and deliberations of so many great professors and submissions, by great professors, you could learn something more. It is definitely be a value-added thing in your life, career, education, etc., etc. Therefore, I thank all those professors who could do the best during these the couple of days. Definitely will benefit our teachers, our students, scholars, whom not. Therefore, I thank all of them, and also the stage is actually different because 3 ladies occupied out of how many numbers? 7. 30% usually we see everywhere, but more than 30% we occupied today on this dance side. And also, both Jaya this side, Jaya that side. I am Jaya Lakshmi, she is Jaya Suma. Suma means fragrance, Lakshmi means Lakshmi. But commonly we have the name that Jaya. Madam, I am not equivalent to you in any matter, but in the name I can say that we are one. Her mother's name is Jaya Lakshmi. Oh, wonderful. Madam, may I know your grandmother's name? Must be Jaya something. You might not be knowing. Anyhow, very, very happy. The time for the curtains to down. And father is also a doctor. Lot of coincidence. When hearts are coming together, these are not big things, madam. So though we have not seen each other, we did not meet each other earlier, but hearts are very closely attached. So thereby, I am very much thankful, madam. You have traveled from such a long distance, and what more I say, I don't know. I must thank each and everyone. The organizing team is the entire fantastic team. How much midnight oil they spent, I do not know. I don't have a measuring scale for that, but I have got a bunch of thanks, loads of thanks for all of you, and I hope that such kind of, this is not an end, this is just a beginning. So I hope that with all your support and cooperation, RIT will see many more such educational events, technical events, scientific events, etc., etc., in the future to come. Wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a time to introduce our guest of honor. Professor G. Jayasuma is a highly respected and leading figure in the education industry with an impressive 18 years track record of success. Her expertise spans various aspects of education system, including software
evening to all the audience, respected chairperson, Jay Lakshmi Madam, Director, Jay Shruti, Dr. Sunil Kotagaru, and Principal, and Chief Guest, Professors, students, delegates of National Conference. Very good evening to all of you. So myself is Professor of Information Technology as well as working as Register in JNTU, Gurujada, Vijayanagaram. So this is the first time I'm stepping into the Orissa state. So I have visited out of country, but beside Andhra Pradesh, this is the first time to visit Orissa. Thank you, Jana sir, for inviting me and giving this opportunity to see this ROLAND Institute of Technology and to interact and share some expertise and for the presence of this as a guest of honor in this national conference valedictory function. So coming to the University of JNTU GV, actually in 2007, our college has been established in JNTU Vijayanagaram as one of the constituent college of JNTU Hyderabad. After that, JNTU Hyderabad and JNTU Kakinada has been separated. Kakinada has upgraded as the university status in 2008. So from 2008 to 2021, our campus is attached with JNTU Kakinada. And in 2022, our campus has been upgraded as State University and it is titled as JNTU Gurujada Vijayanagaram. So if you see JNTU Hyderabad, JNTU Anantapur, JNTU Kakinada, they are identified by the location. But our JNTU Vijayanagaram, it is identified by Gurujada Vijayanagaram. Gurujada is the famous writer who belongs to Vijayanagaram. So our university is a budding university, very young university, and we have established engineering, 7 discipline engineering courses, MBA course, MCA course, as well as we are going to, next year we are going to establish School of Pharmacy also. And this is the regarding our university. Coming to this conference, so whatever the exchange of knowledge has been done, that should be not only up to the exchange, it should be in the action. You have to identify the ideas and challenges, you have to bridge them to real-time problem solutions. So everything what we learn regarding the concepts of latest technologies like big data or cloud computing or cybersecurity or blockchain technology, IoT or artificial intelligence, all are technical skills. Among this, when you organize such type of conferences, not only improving the technical skills or not only establishing the intelligence in your technical area, but also you can also improve your emotional intelligence. So when you grow by using all the technical things or technical expertise or latest concepts in the area of engineering and technology, at the same time you also to develop emotional intelligence. So most of them, they are successful in their life through upgrading their skills, getting richest person in the world, but they are unable to cope up with emotions. So you have to balance both emotional intelligence as well as technical intelligence. So today's talk I have talked about artificial intelligence and cyber intelligence. So among this, all this intelligence, emotional intelligence is also very, very interesting and you all should maintain.
So we will be going to the doctors for physical health, but we have to maintain the mental health also. In order to spot a good, healthy lifestyle, you should have a balanced emotions. And mental health is also equal as we do good things or grow our expertise in whatever area, whatever the things that we do. So I wish all the best to the ROLAND Institute of Technology, especially Principal Garu and the faculty and the students. Congratulations for successfully and implementing or conducting the conference on advanced computing. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your kind and inspiring words. Now it is my great privilege to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. D. Chandrasekhar Rao. He is a versatile, renowned Chief guest, Dr. D. Chandrasekhar Rao. He is a versatile.
Thank you. जय जगन्नाथ तो मोर किसी कहवा पूर्व मो मंच सिंह अतिथिवृंद मैडम चेयरमैन मैडम जयलक्ष्मी मोर बंधु और मेंटर डॉक्टर सुनील कोटा मैडम श्रुति मैडम गेस्ट ऑफ सम्मानीय अतिथि आज डॉक्टर जयसुमा प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर जयसुमा प्रिंसिपल सर and sorry sir, Sunil Kumar Sahu sir, the convener of this program, and of the dice, more Sikhyata Sikhyatri Brunda, student, first of all, first I want to hats off you people that the way you have organized in a very short period of time. ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଅଶେଷ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ। ବହୁତ କମ୍ ଦିନ ଭିତରେ ଆପଣ ଜିନିଷଟାକୁ ଏତେ ସୁନ୍ଦର ଭାବରେ କଲେ, ଯୋଉଟା ପାଇଁ କି ବହୁତ ଆଡୁ ମୁଁ ଆ ଉପରେ ଫିଡବ୍ୟାକ୍ ବି ପାଇଲି ଯେ ବହୁତ ସୁନ୍ଦର ଭାବେ ଇଭେଣ୍ଟ ଗୁଡାକ ଅର୍ଗାନାଇଜ ହେଇଛି। ସେଥିପାଇଁ ବହୁତ ବହୁତ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ। So किछिटा जिनस कहबी आज एटा गोटे 2025 मैडम जयलक्ष्मी मैडम जमती कहले जे दिस इज द फर्स्ट बिगिनिंग एंड अभी ट्रेलर है पिक्चर बाकी है so I would also like to congratulate you जेहेतु आपण सक्सेसफुली एटा को ऑर्गेनाइज कले एंड आमे पूरा पिक्चर देखिया पई अछु आमे चाहू जो आपण पिक्चर ते सुपर हिट हो आउ एंती बहुत बड़े इवेंट आपण करी चलंतु बिकॉज़ नाउ डे the scenario has been changed. Okay, it is no more a teaching learning process where the teacher is going to teach a student and the student will make a note. So now it is becoming it is transformative and changing. Okay, mo bhabuchi ajika date re ame jetebele class re nouchu, how many of you agree with me that the students are listening to your class? Because why? What is the thing they are not listening in our class? Because every day they want something new. Okay? Because they have their mobile in the fingertip. Okay? Whatever we are delivering, they can search that. They know that whatever this teacher saying, I can get it from YouTube and everything. Okay? I can get the note later. Okay? This is the scenario. It is everywhere. You go to any IIT, NIT. That means, see, when we are studying at the time of 2000, I'm saying, so at that time we were very limited resources. Okay, so I remember to create a mail. The day I created my mail ID, I felt proud, privileged that I have a mail ID. I even write my mail ID in my bike number plate. So that is the thing, and we have to visit a long way to simply drop a mail. That is not of any colleague or my friend like that. Okay, so that was that scenario because we are having less number of resources with us. Okay, so but at the current scenario, if you go, there are a lot of stops are around us, but we are not getting time. Okay, to explore those stops. Okay, so therefore our students are also not getting that much of interest because they are facing they are watching these reels very interestingly. That also you can see when we are also watching. I also tell about myself whenever I generally not prefer that Facebook, all these things. I never update my status, all these things in those things. But whenever at some time if I open this Facebook or the reels in YouTube, I don't know how I am engaged up to 1 hour or 2 hours. Okay, so what from this that we are amku se jo jinsata bandi rakhi dauchi ta bhitere. So similar type of things we have to find out for our students, then only we can bind them with us. Okay, because see, it is a generation gap. Nowadays my kid he is handling my WhatsApp status, all these things. I being a professor in computer science also, I have never used that WhatsApp, how to change the status, how to give all these things. I have never explored. It is not that I can do, but I have never explored. But those small kids, they are doing these things. Okay, that means it is they are more talented than us and they are बहुत जल्दी grasp करते हैं जिन okay. The thing is that how we will educate them in a proper manner so that they will give some constructive and sustainable solution to this society. So that is the objective nowadays. Okay, so at BPUT, if you recall, the last 1.5 years, BPUT is now in picture because under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Amir Kumar Rath, if you know, he is working up to 10, 12 night. Okay, and we are there. If our boss is there, then how we can go? Okay, so we are also doing, and what is our objective? It is not that up to 10, 12 we are there. So as it is a technical affiliating university in the state of Odisha, and under this around 135 colleges are there, and we need to cater the needs of all these institutions. So keeping in this mind, day and night we are working to make this BPUT even a better, and in 2027 we are going to complete 25 years of the university, and we are thinking something grand on that. Aste aste se jinso ka agu basibo. Okay, so at BPUT we strongly believe in fostering such avenues for intellectual growth and collaboration. To this end, the university has been organizing various events such as the BPUT Tech Carnival, the flagship program of our university, BPUT Research Conclave, BPUT Hackathon, BPUT Industry Academia Conclave, and many others. So these initiatives are designed to bridge the gap between the academia, industry, students, and the stakeholders of this university. Okay. Additionally, we hold that curriculum conclave to align educational program with the evolving demand of the industry. So if you recall, recently we have a hackathon. There are 3 technical sponsors are there from STPI. One is from Mythica Group of Technology. Another is OKCL, Odisha Knowledge Corporation Limited. Okay. So initially when I approached them, if you recall, at that time they felt, see, BPUT having that image, I'm telling frankly, the people or the industry people, they're having, if you will compare with NIT, IIT, even the VSSUT, the top ranking institutions, okay, somehow they have not that much faith on the BPUT students, okay. Why this came to my notice, when I requested that we are going to organize a hackathon and we want you to be the sponsor of this, you provide us the problems of your industry, whatever problems you are facing, okay, that our student, they are going to solve that, okay. So based on that, STPI having its one client is Nalco, and if you can find in hackathon, all the 4 problems provided by STPI are based on Nalco problems, okay. So those people, they are also a little bit in dilemma that should we get some solutions or not, like that, okay. Then when, if you recall, on 16th to 19th December, this has been opened for the registration, okay. So as I was the coordinator of BPUT hackathon, on 16th I found that there is only 1 college registered, okay. Then on 17th I found there is only 4 colleges registered, including the previous one. Then on 18th I found another 9 colleges are registered, okay. Then I discussed this thing with our Vice Chancellor. Sir, so much less response is coming from our affiliated colleges. We have conducted a meeting with all the principals, all these things. So I felt a little bit, but जेहेतु मुझे प्रोग्राम टा करूଥିଲି मते टिके खराब लागुतला जे काहे किमती पार्टिसिपेशन काहे आसुनी, okay. Anyhow, I tried and I have circulated some message in the WhatsApp group, and on that day, on 18th, my Vice Chancellor has told, you forget about these colleges, we will include the entire Odisha. Then I told, no sir, I want to take only the BPUT student, because if I will add these students, NIT, VSSUT, so I know there are hidden talents in BPUT, okay. It is not that IIT or NIT students, they are doing great, okay. See, being a student of BPUT, I am myself a student of BPUT. When we are giving for the JEE at that time in 1998, okay, to get a seat in UC Burla, we are struggling like. So I have given 2 times JEE to crack IIT, but due to some reason I could not able to crack. But anyhow, I continued my study in BPUT. But see, even when I am dreaming at that time, I could get a seat at UC Burla, and in 2011 I got a faculty position at UC Burla, which is now it is known as VSSUT Burla, okay. So it is not that the students who are there in VSSUT, NIT or IIT, they are talented. It is not like that, okay. Talent is everywhere, we need to explore that, okay. So when I discussed that thing, what happened, my Vice Chancellor told that we will include. Then I denied, no sir, sorry, I would not like to take those people, because the jury, they will come, there will be some biasing factor. IIT pilate achi to obviously bhalo kartibo, whether se bhalo karu ba na karu, NIT pilate achi to bhalo kartibo, okay. So I don't want that biasing factor, but I want some genuine result. So the Vice Chancellor also showed some anger on me that you are going to make it unsuccessful, there are so less participation, like that. And on that day, if you will find on 18th December, I could not able to sleep properly also. That whole night I am in a stress that without only 10 participant groups, and I am going to address 10 problem statement, how I will do that, okay. So fortunately, by God's grace, on 19th January by 19th December, by the end of 10 PM of 19th December, I got 153 teams across 43 colleges under BPUT, okay. Then we have done the mid-evaluation at 27-28, and we have selected around 40 teams for the final, which was conducted on 4th and 5th at the BPUT campus. And 36 hours. It is a continuous event, and never before BPUT has conducted such event by taking the students, and it is continuous 36 hours, no sleep. Okay, it is morning 7 to the 4th morning 7 to the 5th night 7. Okay, we have concluded that program on 5th January 9th. And if you have the YouTube, you can subscribe our BPUT Odisha channel, and on the valedictory ceremony, you please see what those industry leaders have said about our students. Okay, so they are very much impressed. Apan mane सब BPUT Odisha को subscribe करिछे? Great. Okay, you could listen at least that, and they are very much excited. And what is that we have done to ताकर जो आगुरु विश्वास ता हम ऊपर नथिला से विश्वास ता को आनिबारे हम किछि बट सफल होइछु. Now our upcoming event is the BPUT Junior Hackathon, which is we are going to conduct very soon. So now there is a lot of I have told about this BPUT. Anyhow, all these things are possible due to you people only. There are small contribution of you people making this BPUT great, and thank you all for that. When we think about the vision of a Viksit Bharat and Viksit Odisha, it is clear that the education and innovation will play a central role. A developed India cannot be envisioned without the contribution of every region, and Odisha especially. With its immense talent pool, rich cultural heritage, and growing technological ecosystem, holds great promise. Institutions like RIT, that is ROLAND Institute of Technology, and initiatives taken by BPUT are empowering young minds, equipping them with knowledge and encouraging them to think critically and innovatively. So together, by investing in research, fostering entrepreneurship, and embracing technology, we can ensure that Odisha not only keeps pace with national development, but also sets benchmark in areas like sustainability, technological advancement, and socio-economic progress. So, to the student present here, I want to say that I will take one quote. I am taking much time. Sorry for that. Okay, but and especially I want to address the students. So, see, have you gone through the book Rich Dad Poor Dad? Huh? Okay, no. Some of them have gone through that book. Okay, so I am taking some of the quotes. I am just summarizing the quotes in that book. Okay, so in that book, author what I say, rich dad and poor dad. Okay, it is between the two parents. It does not mean that rich dad means having a lot of money with him, and poor dad means it is not having any money. Rich dad means rich in not audible. Mindset, yeah. Okay. So what happens there? See, ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ଷ୍ଟୋରି କହୁଛି ଆମେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଛୋଟବେଳେ ଥିଲୁ we are all belongs to lower middle class or middle class family. Okay, so ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ କୌଣସି ଜିନିଷ ଆମେ ଆମ ଘରେ ଟିକେ ଛୋଟବେଳେ ତ ସେତେ ବୁଦ୍ଧି ନଥାଏ, ଥରେ ମନେ ଅଛି ମୁଁ ମୋ ବାପାଙ୍କୁ କହିଲି ବାପା ମୋତେ ଗୋଟେ ବ୍ୟାଡମିଣ୍ଟନ ଦରକାର, ମୋ ସାଙ୍ଗମାନେ ସମସ୍ତେ ଖେଳୁଛନ୍ତି ମୁଁ ବି ଖେଳିବି. Okay, and my father said, देख मो पाखे एत पैसा नहीं है बैडमिंटन किणवाई तू तोर भलसे पढ़ापढ़ी कर तो ट्यूशन फ्यूशन पठाऊँ तू से भलसे पढ़ापढ़ी कर तू तो चाकरी कर तू तो जहाँ करू कर. So at that time I felt very sorry that my father is not that rich to bring a बैडमिंटन मो गोटे आनी पार मो सांग मैंने खेलुंट मत कहते पाठ पढ़ाई ये करने. सो आई फेल्ट लिटिल बिट सॉरी एंड मुझे उदास रही टिके घर बाहर को पड़े गली एंती टाइप रहता बट the same story has been in every family I think okay आमे जत्ते बेले पिला को पिला कोन जिंस मागंती बाबा मोर गोटे गाड़ी दरकार तो सब मां बाबा माने संग संग कोंती देख एटा तोर बयस न तू प्रथम भलसे पाठ पढ़ से कि गोटे भल चाकरी कर तू निज पैसा रे करियो इट इज अ सेइंग ऑफ एवरी फादर एंड मदर okay but in case of a rich dad okay जत बेले ता पिलाटी मागुची ता बापा को जेकी बापा मोर गोटे गाड़ी दरकार मु से गाड़ी यूज करबी ता बापा से कहूँ यस आई कैन अफोर्ड अ बाइक टू यू बट देख मो घरे इतनी पैसा मु पाउची ठीक अच्छे तो घरे तोर भौणीटे अच्छी माँ अच्छी मु अच्छी तू भी अच्छु आम खाइबा ठीक अच्छे खाइबा केते खर्च हम तापर आम पिंधा पिंधि करवा ड्रेस में भी खर्च हम ड्रेस मटेरियल से गुड़ाक ये सब गलापर मो पाखे एति पैसाटे बलुची ओके नाउ यू टेल मी हाउ आई विल bring a bike for you I'm ready to bring a bike for you but you tell me now how I will bring a bike for you with this money should you go for make a robbery in a bank or whatever suggestion you will give I am agree anyhow we will bring your bike then what happens in that same case re kon hochi na that children thinks about the situation of his father okay that what is the financial condition of his father okay his father is not denying to buy the bike but he is rather saying see I have this much of resources and whatever we have to do in between that only so if we are going to buy your bike then we may have to take fasting for some days okay or maybe some couple of months like that whatever you will wish accordingly we will do but anyhow we will bring your bike okay then a statement then he starts thinking okay oh this is the situation then how I will do so that everything we are managing it will be managed and also I will bring the bike so that guy or that child will never again go to his father and also mu jemti dukkare thili je mo baba dei palle ni bike se bole dukkare bi rohi because he know what is the real challenge with his father okay and he will try to solve that challenge okay so now onwards so our students are like that okay so you never say them no you whatever they do right or wrong you say them yes and try to educate them what is the right thing okay so that they will start thinking in a better way so that is my message for the students so as I conclude I ask all of you to carry forward the energy ideas and the inspiration you have gained today into your future endeavors remember that true success lies not only in individual achievements but in creating an impact that benefits society as a whole whether you are a student a researcher or an educator your contribution are vital to shaping a better brighter tomorrow so let us all strive to leave a legacy of progress innovation and positive change for generations to come so thank you all for your attention and I wish everyone the very best in their future pursuit jai hind bande mataram
Thank you so much. A great man is always willing to be little. Our chief guest, Dr. D. Chandrasekhar Rao, is a versatile, renowned academician, a leading expert, and a well-known researcher in the field of computer science. He has completed his PhD degree in computer science at VSSUT Burla and has also completed Mtech and Btech in the same field at BPUT Rourkela. Apart from that, he has specialized in peer-to-peer network theory of computation, compiler construction, computer network, soft computing, robotics, etc. He has 20 years of rich experience in education and administration. He also expertise in issues like peer-to-peer network mitigating, navigation planning of wheeled mobile robots, utmost pleasure to have a felicitation of our chief guest. So please. And also our guest of honor, Ma'am Jill Jesmo. Also, Dr. G. Jayasoma has presented a paper today, and I request our principal to present her this. Now I would like to invite our chief guest to the rise for felicitating the best presenter award. I would also like to invite Dr. Sanat Kumar.
So in these 2 days, around 20 papers are presented, out of which 16 papers are physically presented, 4 papers online presentation were there. The day 1, 8 page papers were presented, out of which a team of experts, including Dr. Sanat Kumar Patra, Dr. Barik, Dr. Mahapatra, Dr. S.C. Chaini, and also other people, they have noted. And the first best paper award goes to Dr. Deepak Kumar Barik, the professor in EC department. The title was a offensive dual polarized program printed antenna for C-band and X-band microwave applications. I invite Dr. Barik and request our chief guest to honor him with a bouquet and a best paper award certificate. On the day 2, around 9 number of papers were presented.
best paper goes to Vishnu Priya Sahu, Assistant Professor of Kalam Institute of Technology, with paper ID30. If Madam Vidyarthi come up with this, to receive your award. And I request the Honorable Chief Guest. So anyway, I congratulate him being a student also. Yeah, he was able to present very nicely. Thank you. So actually, we want to give some appreciation. There are a lot of presentations and I was not present for all the session because of some administrative things. So Mr. Sarangi, the research scholar of IIT Kharagpur is there or I do not know. He presented very well. And Dr. S.C. Chairi, Professor of Mechanical Engineering Department, we appreciate your presentation, sir. It was excellent presentation. Dr. Raghunath Kar, Professor of Sales Department, yes sir, your presentation was very good. We appreciate. And Mr. Jagannath Padi of Mechanical Engineering Department, Professor in Mechanical Engineering. Sir, please stand up, please, at least you want to see. So, give a bit of a show. In paper was a very good presentation. And out of this high number of online presentation, Professor Ravi Shankar P from Hyderabad, which presentation was excellent. I see this is not the, I am talking about the only best paper. I have seen only few papers, but whatever the report given by our judges, that only I spelled it out. But I think who participated, presented, all are the best papers for me. And thank you. Another is that Dr. Simanchal Das sir. Simanchal Das also presentation was excellent, sir.
Now Assistant Professor of RIT Gurundhara. Satyajit Patnaik, Assistant Professor of RIT Gurundhara. Mithun Sethi, Assistant Professor of RIT Gurundhara. Ms. Sneha Singh Tripathi, Assistant Professor of RIT Gurundhara. Mr. Akash Jena, Assistant Professor of RIT Gurundhara. Ms. Manisha Dash, Assistant Professor of RIT Gurundhara. Mr. N. Siva Prasad, Assistant Professor, RIT Gurundhara. Mr. Subendu Subhashish Sahu, Associate Professor, RIT Gurundhara.
So good afternoon. So now I am resuming the certificate presentation. Mr. Manaswin Nahar, Podarwit Panda, Electrical Department. Now from MBA part, Ms. Nikta Taylor. So I request all the dignitaries please felicitate our participants. Rosalyn Sahu, Mr. Umashankar Pani, Mr. Sujit Kumar Gowda, Dr. Satyajit Hota, Ms. Nita Senapati, Dr. Sujata Panda, Professor Ankit Ghosh, Mr. Deeparani Panda, Dr. Simanchal Das, Ms. Subhasri Mishra, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Rao. Mr. Manikchand Patnaik. Mr. Paramananda Sahu. Mr. Prabhu Prasad Patnaik. Mr. Praveen Kumar Patra. Mr. Gitanjali Sahu. From Mechanical Engineering Department, Professor Jagannath Padi. Dr. Sarat Chandra Chaini. Mr. Ketramohan Sahu. Mr. Rajesh Das. Mr. Jaydeep Sahu. Mr. Arun Kumar Snai. Mr. Khetrabasi Behra. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please occupy your seat.
Now we'll have a feedback session. Would anyone like to come forward for the feedback of this program? Yeah, please.
Very good evening to all of you present over here and respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I am Vishnupriya Sahu from Kalam Institute of Technology. This is my first paper that I have published under the guidance of my respected guides Padmacharan sir and Dr. Pavitra Tripathi sir. I'm really grateful for ROLAND Institute of Technology for organizing this national conference to providing us this stage where we can express ourselves fully without having the fear of judgment and anything. So yes, thank you all of you and thank you ROLAND Institute of Technology for providing us such a good opportunity and such a good stage. Thank you.
Anyone else to have the feedback? So please.
Good evening all. I am Ashish Rangan Chadangi. Thank you for organizing this type of conference. I really enjoyed this conference. Earlier I faced two more conference, but I like this most.
Dr. Gunamani Jana sir. Finally, he will address something for you.
So very good evening, one and all. Esteemed management members, the chief guest of honor, and all the delegates. You can understand, for organizing this type of events, a lot of people have taken strength, they work day and night. Under the convenership of Professor Sunil Kumar Sahu, I can say you, night 10 o'clock, we prepared the certificate and asked him, I don't send any vehicle, tomorrow morning my certificate should reach here. I know place is there, his brother's place and everything. Imagine night 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock I am sending a soft copy of the certificate and the proceeding reaching the next day, and also organizing this type of activity is a great thing. I request Professor Sunil Kumar Sahu, sir, please come here and also we request our madam, Mrs. J. Jarabi madam, and also Dr. Sunil Kumar sir, and Shruti madam to honor him with a small memento and book. Also for this event, the joint convener, Professor Gaur Sankar Konda, for his PhD work, I think today is not there. I request Mother sir or somebody to receive this bouquet on behalf of him. Somebody please come forward. Otherwise, sir, please come forward and receive that bouquet on behalf of Electrical Department. So he has done a commendable job gathering the people and organizing, going for the sponsorship. A to Z, sir has done. We are thankful to him. So I am requesting to receive a bouquet and also appreciation on behalf of management. There in the background, there is a team of people who work day and night. They are unknown to everybody. I will read out their name. Everybody worked. Don't see that my name is not there. I have not worked. But I was there present up to 10 o'clock, sometimes 11 o'clock. I found a team of people by Professor Rakesh Ranjan Palai. That is Professor K. Payal Senapati. That young lady, she will be here at 10:30. How will you go? I will go by my bike. So 10:30, and along with that, another person also will be going. Thank you, Professor K. Payal Senapati. And I request Dr. Deepak Kumar Mahapatra. The tremendous effort by Dr. Deepak Kumar Mahapatra. Sir, is there here? Dr. Deepak Kumar Mahapatra. Okay, he is a professor. He has given 2-3 papers. But in addition to that, he is there with us up to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, until the work is over. He is there without any question. Sir, please come to dais. Payal Senapati is there. Please receive on behalf of management for Dr. Deepak Kumar Mahapatra. Yeah. Then I will request Professor P. Vikas Kumar. Yeah. So they were instrumental being here for this entire thing. And I will be thankful to some team of people who are not in the scene. Vikas, please receive on Can you imagine the civil work activities which is done in a span of 3 or 4 days? There are a team behind this. Professor Subhang Kumar Sahu is there. Subhang is not there. Mr. K. Gopal is there. He has forgot, I think, yesterday, day before yesterday, night 11:30 I said go and receive somebody from Ichapuram. With his bike he has gone and received, and all the civil and all the works they have done. Not only he, Mr. Ranjit, Bhushan, a lot of people they contributed, they did hard work to make it successful. So we are thankful to all these people, and I cannot name one by one all the people. I thank you all, and thank especially the management for giving permission, for sponsoring and encouraging all these faculty students to cross one milestone. Thank you all. With this, we declare
above all, who are the two people over without felicitation? Can you guess? Dr. Gunamani Jana sir, he needs all the applause. Equally, I feel honored to felicitate and I request our chief guest, Professor D.C. Rao sir, to kindly felicitate our organizing secretary, Engineer Rakesh Ranjan Polai. A big round of standing ovation, please! Standing ovation to the entire organizing team.
Now I would like to have Ms. Rosalind Sahu to present a vote of thanks. Please come. Good evening to every one of you. I am Ms. Rosalind Sahu, Assistant Professor of MBA Department. Today, I would like to propose a vote of thanks to all our dignitaries of this 2 days program. All of our esteemed guests are on the dais today and yesterday. I would like to start by thanking our management members for organizing this distinguished conference. The program is running smoothly owing to their unwavering support and direction. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I want to express my gratitude Professor Gunamani Jana, our principal, who has played a significant part in the success of this program. Thank you, sir. At the same time, we are greatly encouraged by the presence of our esteemed chief guest, Professor Amir Kumar Rath, Vice Chancellor of PPUT, who has taken time out of their hectic schedule to participate in our program and motivated us with their speech. And we will keep looking towards your guidance. Thank you, sir. I would want to take this occasion to sincerely thank our honored guest, Professor Siddharth Panda, for his unwavering dedication in helping to development and establish it as a leading research organization in the nation. Thank you, sir. It is my privilege and honor to extend a heartfelt thanks to our esteemed chief guest, Professor Dr. D. Chandrasekhar Rao of PPUT, who takes time out of their busy schedule to grace this occasion with their presence. Sir, your inspiring word of wisdom and expertise not only motivated us, but have also set the perfect tone for the success of this seminar. We are highly obliged and appreciate your effort in sharing your experience and practical knowledge, which will surely leave a lasting impact on all of us. Thank you, sir. At the same time, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guest of honor, Dr. G. Jaya Suma, Registrar of JNTU, Vizianagaram, Andhra Pradesh, for taking time out of her busy schedule to be with us today. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank our convener, Professor Sunil Kumar Sahu, and